Mr. Chair, before we officially start, if I could just take a point of personal privilege for a moment and introduce my special guest, Rockville Council Member Adam Van Grack is with us today.
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome to Councilman Adam Van Grack. We're going to start. We've got a bill that we've got the treasurer of our state, Derek Davis, in the house. We're going to start with him, and then we'll go to Senator Hayes after Treasurer Davis does his bill. And so we're going to start with Senate Bill 775. We do have Treasurer Davis. Can I bring up, there's Laura Atlas, Jonathan Martin, and David Chasen. That is the panel. So, Mr. Treasurer, the floor is yours. You take the time you need to present Senate Bill 775.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. In the interest of the committee's time, I will be as brief as possible. We have a detailed testimony that should be in your package, so I'll just hit a couple of quick highlights, and then, sir, if there are questions for us, we would be happy to take them. Senate Bill 775, in a nutshell, the bill it provides an insurance-related solution for a new governance structure for any wrongdoing that may occur by state officials and employees. This disregards the surety bonds. The surety bond requirements exist to ensure that the state is financially protected in the event that a public official or state employee engages in some kind of wrongdoing. With this legislation, I will determine the type and amount of coverage of surety bonds or insurance policies as appropriate unless statute establishes a different amount of approval or approval process. This new structure replaces a committee called the Maryland State Employee Surety Bond Committee that was established in 1967, but has not met since 2005. As I said, my written testimony goes into greater detail about why these changes benefit the state, but I believe that allowing for a choice between a surety bond or an insurance policy and setting guardrails on bonding requirements will better protect the states while saving time and reducing costs. So with that, we'd ask for your favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Who wants to go next? You just here for questions? Well, this is great. Okay, any questions for Treasurer Davis? Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Mr. Treasurer and company. What's the difference between, a surety bond and a insurance policy, the existing? I'm not sure of the difference.
You want to take that one, Laura?
Yeah.
Hi, Senator Washington. I'm Laura Addis, a Deputy Treasurer for Public Policy. Our written testimony talks a little bit about there's benefits and drawbacks of both of the different products. So insurance policies offer benefits in terms of coverage. So it can cover all of the employees at a given agency instead of just one particular individual. Surety bonds are for one person. So we have them for like the state treasurer, state comptroller, the legislative auditor. Insurance policies also tend to be lower cost than a surety bond. Surety bonds function differently in that the public official will typically have to pay. So if there's wrongdoing, the company will cover the cost and then seek repayment from the official. So they function differently, but the bill just gives flexibility so we can make case-by-case determinations about what's best.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 775. We're going to next go to our friend Senator Antonio Hayes on Senate Bill 704. Senator Hayes, you want to come up here? I got 3 folks signed up favorable. Can I bring them up to the stand? Sure. We got Gregory Hare, Bishop Kevin Daniels, and Brian Alston are the 3 witnesses who've signed up.
Cool.
And with that, I'm going to let you take it from there at Senate Bill 704, and you take the time you need explain the bill. And then the other witnesses, you're all going to be under the clock, the 2-minute clock, each of you, okay?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the EEE Committee. I'm Senator Antonio Hayes from the 40th Legislative District. For the record, first, I just want to thank this committee over the years. I think starting in 2021, we created the appraisal gap for historically redlined communities. And over the years, we've made certain adjustments and with you all support. And so thank you for doing that. Essentially, what the appraisal gap for historically redlined communities does is it allows an opportunity for affordable home ownership here in the state of Maryland and many of the government programs for affordable housing. It typically focuses on rental property. But this bill is a step, I believe, to give people an opportunity for that generational wealth and having an opportunity to actually own property and home ownership is often probably one of the most lasting ways of affordable housing that we have here in our country. And many times in my district, you have multi-generational multiple generations living under one household. So the bill before you today, Senate Bill 704, simply makes one more alteration allowing for homeowners to also qualify for it. And so I'm gonna stop there. And I have a expert witness in Gregory Hare from Maryland Department of Housing Community Development. And so I'll turn it over to him. But Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 704.
Okay, Mr. Hare, why don't you go next? And you'll see the 2-minute clock there, okay?
Sure thing. Good afternoon, Chairman, and to the entire committee. I'm Greg Hare, Assistant Secretary for the Community Development Administration with Maryland DHCD. And I'm here this afternoon to express my support for the alterations to Senate Bill 704, the appraisal gap from historically redlined and financing assistance program. As a part of our efforts in conjunction with the appraisal gap bill, we've worked to create a program called Uplift, or utilizing progressive lending investments to finance transformation. The goal of Uplift is to increase property values and provide wealth building homeownership opportunities for targeted households by accelerating the pace of development, construction, and sale of quality affordable housing and low-income census tracts and sustainable communities. This is ensuring that we help close the appraisal gap in historically redlined communities. Our team has a lot of experience financing the production and rehabilitation of housing units across the state. And as a part of our development of this initiative, we recognize the ability to transfer financial support to homeowners once the property has been completed is crucial, ensuring these critical resources stay in the community and provide homeownership and neighborhood stabilization. We feel confident that these alterations will expand these efforts while ensuring the department can transfer the financial assistance to home buyers through a promissory note. The promissory note to home buyers will allow DHCD to convert the financial assistance into a forgivable grant, which 20% will be forgiven each year over 5 years. And by providing a forgivable grant, this will ensure that targeted communities maintain a stabilized homeowner base and discourage the immediate sale or transfer of a property. In the event the property is sold within 5 years, homeowners will benefit from the increase in equity of the home value and any part of the grant forgiven over that period of time. So this will also ensure that homeowners don't unduly benefit from a premature sale of a property or essentially trying to flip it. So I want to thank the committee for their time. I want to thank Senator Hayes for his leadership on this front, and I ask for the committee to support these changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, why don't you pass the mic down? Sir, tell us who you are.
Bishop Kevin Daniels, Baltimore, Maryland, a part of the Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development. Bill supports the passage of the SB 704, which makes alterations to strengthen the appraisal gap from the historic redlining financial assistance program because of the impact that it can have on addressing the racial wealth gap, particularly in communities in Baltimore, not only where I grew up, my family still lives, and I pastor there as well, but also across the state, and have been impacted by redlining and other forms of destructive and racially discriminatory housing policies and practices. We can see the impact of these historic policies most clearly in places like Baltimore City, where BUILD has organized. We've worked for justice for more than 45 years. Baltimore City is facing a crisis of vacant and abandoned homes. Not only are there more than 13,000 vacant and abandoned buildings, there are also 21,000 vacant lots, tens of thousands of houses at significant risk for vacancy because of their proximity to other vacant properties. These vacant properties and abandoned properties have been concentrated in neighborhoods like West Baltimore, East Baltimore, and Park Heights. They were the focus of racially discriminatory housing policies and practices. Redlining, which this legislation particularly calls out and was pioneered in Baltimore more than a century ago. These policies and practice have broken the housing market in many neighborhoods across Baltimore City. Many of Bill's member congregations and organizations, including my own, are located in neighborhoods where the cost to rehabilitate these homes are significant. I ask that this committee would move the legislation for SB 704.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Hayes or his panel? No. Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 704. Thank you, Senator Hayes. We are next going to go to Senator Kramer on Senate Bill 713. Senator, we got two witnesses signed up. I see Frank Boston and Holly Bergman are the two witnesses, so they can join you up at the stand here. And again, Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 713, it's all yours.
Thank you and good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the members of the committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 713. Colleagues, this is going to be the easiest bill you hear today, probably this whole past week. So, Mr. Chair, you may just want to move favorable and get it voted as soon as I'm wrapped up here. Colleagues, this bill simply provides that for security system technicians who have submitted applications to the Maryland State Police, pending the application's finalization, review and finalization, if they have not been rejected, to actually start working within their chosen field. Right now, our poor friends at the state police are very backed up on applications like this. It takes quite a bit of time to get them processed. So actually current practice right now, because of that, the state police have been doing just what this bill provides for, because they realize these applications are taking such a long time to get processed that they want to get these people working, get them employed, ensure that the companies that are employing them have adequate and sufficient personnel. And that's really what the bill does. This bill would codify what is happening right now in practice. And to the best of my understanding, there is no opposition to the bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to turn it over to this very skilled panel.
Okay, that skilled panel. Which one of you two skilled panelists wants to go first?
You go.
And you're going to be on the 2-minute clock. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Come on.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Holly Borgman, and I head up government affairs for ADT. Since our founding in Baltimore almost 150 years ago, we've relied on Maryland's talent and workforce to protect and connect our customers to what matters most, their families, their homes, and their businesses. Our customers trust that the people that we send into their home have been appropriately background checked and trained and will do a good job. So when we extend an offer of employment, we background check the employee to make sure that they will be able to be certified by the state police, who then conduct their own background check, which lately has been taking somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 business days to do, during which time our people can't or have not been able to work until recently. For people who rely heavily on commission, it serves as a serious disincentive to change from one company to a next, even if it's a better opportunity, or to enter the workforce. And so we've been working with the state police, who've been tremendous partners in this. We value our relationships with our first responder partners, and they have implemented this fix, but we would like to see it codified so that we have certainty going forward that we'll be able to continue to hire Maryland's best and brightest, and they can enter what we think is a phenomenal line of work, the alarm industry, to grow their careers either within our company or within our industry, going from one company to a next, where they might find a better deal, but don't have to wait 90 days to switch jobs. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Boston.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here today on behalf of ADT. I want to thank Senator Kramer for sponsoring the bill for us, and he very eloquently stated the case along with Holly. I really have nothing to add except for the fact that we met early on with the state police back in the fall, explained the issue, and I think I can speak for them to say that they're supportive. They understand what we're doing, and there's, to the best of our knowledge, no opposition. And this is just a good business bill, and we ask the committee consider it in a favorable manner. Thank you.
Okay, a question for Vice Chair Kagan.
Hey, Mr. Chair. First off, Senator Kramer, thank you for your testimony, and all of you. There is no written testimony at all in our folder, and that means no legislative record at all. And so I want to say that that's pretty unusual from what I've seen. And so if you had notes, if you have testimony, speaking as just one person, I would think that would be helpful to have in the record. Second, the Maryland State Police didn't submit any testimony and didn't sign up at all. And so I would be reluctant to assume that they're fine with it without them saying, with Mr. Boston, you know that I adore you, but like, I would like to see that from the Maryland State Police.
Okay.
These are people that we are having in our homes.
Yep.
And while I trust that ADT does background checks, I don't know, do you have access to FBI records? Do you have access to all of the national security background checks, military records, gun usage, domestic violence allegations or cases? Like, I'm really curious how vigorous your own background checks are, and whether there are additional, more comprehensive background checks that are run by our state police.
Go ahead.
I can answer that. So I checked with our HR department to find out a little bit more about the background checks. And so we do not have access to FBI, but we search each state where the person has lived, and we use a private company that can turn these around in about a week. And they're very, very thorough. I'm confident in their ability to do this. We have found instances where what the employee submits to the state police differs from what they turn in. And some of it has to do with the fact that we only look back, and by law, we can only look back, I think it's 10 years. The person who fills out the background check application, even if we can't consider, and the state can't consider something that happened prior to 10 years ago, they still need to submit it on their form. For example, they might have had a marijuana conviction when they were 19. If they don't submit that on the form, it still turns up in the background check, and then we need to go back and forth to reconcile it. So in the end, there are very few, if any, instances where somebody is disqualified by the state police that we qualified. It's just a matter of sort of reconciling the different forms and making sure that everything is filled out appropriately.
So it could be that ADT's system is really thorough. It could be that one of your competitors is less thorough. So I am not trying to cast aspersions on your thoroughness, but this would be a statewide bill. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Senator Kramer or Mr. Boston, Ms. Borgman. I'd love to get more information, and I'd love to personally hear from the state police, just against.
And if I may share with you, Madam Vice Chair, I would be shocked if the Maryland State Police put in writing pretty much support for most any bill, which we do not typically hear. Having been here 18 years, I don't really recall occasions. What is noteworthy is they never hesitate to submit opposition if they have a concern about a particular piece of legislation. And that's what, for me, is noteworthy, that we do not have them here opposing this bill or expressing concerns over something that they are actually doing right now themselves. So they are currently, they recognize there's a problem. They have adopted the process that is before you in the bill. And again, we're simply codifying what they are doing at this point in time.
Yep. Also, Madam Chair, just two things. We can get you written testimony late, no problem. We can have that to you by tomorrow. And if the committee will accept it late, we'll have it. Also, Sergeant Rosenall, I can meet with you out of the committee and set up a call if you want to speak to him. But I personally spoke to him, not only in our meetings with him, but I spoke to him outside of a hearing just to discuss this bill. And he says, yeah, we're fine. But you're right.
I would note, having been on the committee that dealt background check debate on Uber versus traditional taxi cabs, and we had that took took up half a session trying to figure out what would we consider comfortable for Uber drivers that's different than our traditional tax. But we ultimately came, up with a methodology that satisfied the General Assembly for Uber drivers, and it was not synonymous with the same background check. So there is precedent, that it doesn't have to be the same. But that said, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill.
Thank you, Mr.
713.
Chair. Thanks, committee.
And we're going to go to Senator Jackson on Senate Bill 707. Senator, we do have two virtual witnesses signed up as part of your sponsor panel. Lamore, do we have them here in the queue? Okay, we've got Janine Burkhead for the Maryland Military Department in the queue, and then from the Department of Defense, Christopher Arnold. So, Senator Jackson, why don't you present the bill, and then we'll go to the two virtual witnesses, and then we'll take questions, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the EEE Committee. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson, I'm sitting in front of you in two capacities today. One is the senator from District 27, and two is my station as the Senate Veterans Caucus Chair. Senate Bill 707 is a pretty straightforward bill that does a few simple things. As the Veterans Caucus has been doing a lot lately, when we find where changes need to be made, we appreciate the opportunity to bring them before you. Number one, it adds the United Space Force branch to references dealing with the other United States branches of the military service. As you know, in 2019, the service was established. Number two, it makes corrective change to extend employment protections to Maryland residents serving in the National Guard of the neighboring states who are called to duty by the governor of a neighboring state for the period, so less than 14 days. Number three, it alters the state provision of the Service Members Civilian Relief Act to allow military spouses to terminate certain agreements such as cable and gym memberships on behalf of their spouses should they be deployed or transferred out of state during the term of those agreements. And then finally, there's an amendment in your package which will be spoken about a little further. This amendment would allow the governor to award certain posthumous commissions, appointments, and promotions in the Maryland Defense Force. This was requested by the military department, and my panelists will speak further as in General Burkhead. Again, we believe that this housekeeping portion of the bill is pretty simple and straightforward. We believe that the amendment will be something that we will all be able to get behind as well. We certainly see it as a friendly amendment. It's a privilege to serve as the Veteran Caucus Chair. It's a privilege to sit before you today. We ask for a favorable report, and if I might, Mr. Chairman, have my panelists speak as well.
Okay,
Thank
great. Let's go to General Burkhead. Okay, there you are. Okay, why don't you go first? The general will take you, and you're each going to be under the 2-minute clock. Okay, there you go. Okay, proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I sincerely thank Senator Jackson for amending SB 707 to provide for a posthumous commission. I'm honored to exercise my authority to recommend to the governor the posthumous commission of Harriet Tubman, a volunteer soldier of the Union Army whose extraordinary accomplishments contributed to victory in the war and to preserve our great nation. I've long looked with pride upon Harriet Tubman, a fellow Maryland native, my role model for her courage and values-based leadership. I have come to understand that it is not enough to tell her story in small circles and to privately show admiration. It's time to publicly and loudly and officially declare Harriet Tubman earned the respect of our nation.
You're on the wrong bill.
General,
General Burkett,
okay.
I think you're on the wrong bill. This is on Space Force.
No, actually, this is the amendment, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay. Yeah, she's offered, there's an amendment here. Let her, yeah, go on, General Burkett. We weren't sure, we don't have the amendment in front of us, so go on. Why don't you finish up? Yeah.
Right, yeah, Mr. Chair. No worries. It's time to publicly, loudly, and officially declare that Harriet Tubman earned the respect of our nation. A century and a half later, we can reject the cultural blinders that dismissed her because she was a Black woman and despite her many contributions to the war effort. Nursing and training nurses for battlefield medicine, risking everything to scout and recruit a spy network behind enemy lines, advising Union commanders, leading a dangerous military raid behind enemy lines, described at that time by General Rufus Saxton as the only military command in in American history wherein a woman, Black or white, led the raid under whose inspiration it was originated and conducted. I propose that we signal and respect honor with a designation of general. A general must organize, direct, and accomplish major actions at the strategic level. A general inspires others to exceed with their own vision, to endeavor beyond what might themselves attempt to accomplish together sometime that's seemingly impossible. This describes Harriet Tubman. Let us celebrate her victory and her service. I invite your support in commissioning Harriet Tubman to the status of general officer. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Sure.
Let me apologize. I mean, we've talked about this amendment. My office was sure that the amendment was here before you.
Yeah, it probably is. I apologize. No worries. It's
I
all good.
appreciate that. And if I might,
Yeah.
before you move on to the next guest, today is the last day of Black History Month. This is pretty special. It happened to fall. Your hearing happened to fall on the last day, and we're talking about a Black hero from Maryland, Harriet Tubman. So thank you.
Gotcha, Senator. Okay, we'll go to our next was Christopher Arnold. And there you go, sir. Why don't you go ahead?
Chairman Christopher Arnold, Mid-Atlantic Region Liaison at the United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office. On behalf of the Office of the Secretary of Defense, we'd like to offer our gratitude to Senator Jackson, the members of the Veterans Caucus, and General Burkhead for bringing this critical legislation forward during the effort to make 2024 and every year thereafter the year for the military family in Maryland. This legislation provides a uniformed definition for armed forces to include the Space Force established in December 2019, aligning Maryland law with Title 10 of the United States Code, and clarifying that the various benefits, rights, and privileges service members and families were entitled to during their time with the other military services continues during their service as Space Force Guardians. Maryland is currently home to 269 members of the Space Force and their 381 dependents who serve at various installations, including Headquarters Space Force, and in Maryland proper, with Space Force Delta II in Sweetland, the 53rd Space Operations Squadron at Fort Detrick, various recruiting stations, and the Intermediate and Senior Space Force Command and Staff Colleges at the Johns Hopkins University. While making this important technical correction to the definitions of military service, military retiree, and veteran, the bill updates the definition of service in the Reserve or Guard component to comport with federal law and clarify that Maryland residents who serve in units in neighboring states enjoy the same protections the General Assembly has thoughtfully provided as they would enjoy if their unit were in Maryland proper. Some federal laws do not apply when Marylanders leave the state due to relocation, activation, or deployment. That's why this bill updates the state's Supplemental Service Members Civil Relief Act to authorize Space Force Guardians, their spouses, and the spouses of the other uniformed services to terminate certain contracts upon receiving their relocation or activation orders. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. And of course, we thank General Burkhead for offering the amendment to commission General Harriet Tubman.
Okay, any questions for Senator Jackson, Mr. Arnold? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 707. Thank you, Senator Jackson. for
Thank
bringing
you.
This bill.
Have a great day.
And we're gonna, Senator Jennings in route? Do we call him? If not, we can go. Okay. see. Looking through the list here, yeah. Well, here, we can pick somebody. Senator Brooks or Senator Hester, we've got some, your two bills a little further down. Either one of you ready to roll with your bill, or is your are your people here? Okay, let's see.
I've still got someone over.
Okay, fair enough. We're good. Okay, let's go Senator Augustine on a quick bill. We're gonna, which one is that? The 659? Okay, we're gonna go Senator Augustine on Senate Bill 659 first, and Senator, let me just pull that up. Do we have any panelists or anything?
Just
Okay,
me.
very good.
No, I'm sorry. There was a mayor, but it's okay. Let's go.
Okay, just so you know, we do have
Yeah,
signed
it's
up.
Mayor Benitez.
Correct.
But she should, it's okay.
And then Monica Casanis,
Yep.
other town there. Okay,
Yeah.
if the mayor's here.
They are here today as mayors, but I mean, it's
Gotcha.
1:30 and
Okay, well, why don't you proceed
you
on?
guys
Senate
put it,
Bill-
it was at the end of the list anyway, so it
I
would have
get-
been like middle of the night. So they were gonna make it
It's all
one
good.
way or the other.
Senate Bill 659.
Okay, thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 659, Prince George's County Gateway Development Authority modification as amended. Colleagues, this is it's a local bill. All it does is it says that the authority must meet 4 times a year. And the amendment, which is uploaded to your system, says that the Prince George's County Redevelopment Authority will be staff on the report that this entity is to write as it pertains to the redevelopment of this section of Prince George's County. I would ask for a favorable report on this local bill. You should already have, if not in your possession, the delegation has already voted this favorable as amended. If you don't have the letter, I'll make sure that you do get it, but we've already done that. So I ask for a favorable report as amended.
Any questions for Senator Augustine on Senate Bill 659? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the billing here on 659. And let's, okay. Senator Augustine, since you're up there, do you know, are you in a position to do 906 or? The only other witness signed up on that bill is Dominic Butchko from Mako on 906. And he signed up favorable with amendments. So if you're in a position to do it, go back up there and you'll be done. So we're on Senate Bill 906 from Senator Augustine, and the only witness signed up is Dominic. And here we go. Dom's here.
Here, okay, good.
Favorable with amendments.
Yeah, but let me just get going first and then he
Yeah,
can come up
perfect.
after that. All right.
Gotcha. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Again, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 906, Housing and Community Development Vacant Office Space Report and Plan. Colleagues, this is a bill around our housing crisis. And basically, all that this is asking is that we look at the vacant property, commercial property we have for adaptive reuse across the state. So this is and the reason why we're putting this bill forward as a state is so that we get a full state picture of what we have in our commercial vacant property, to be able to then come up with statewide policy that could support the adaptive reuse of that property. So this is like a first step to being able to establish statewide policy that may support the adaptive reuse of this commercial property. And if you think about it, things have really changed. Post-COVID, a lot of folks are not going back into the offices. We really do need to assess this property, take a look at it overall, see if there aren't some programs that make some sense for us to be able to utilize the property in a more efficient way. In the testimony, there was also favorable with amendment from the realtors who asked for some disclosure information for private property. I'm perfectly comfortable with that. That makes sense to me. And then Mako did have some of theirs. We'll have to talk about what they have and as far as their what theirs are. But I would simply ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 906. I got to wear glasses. I just have not yet decided to like make the call, but I'm trying not to. That's
Okay.
it.
Questions for the sponsor, Senator Augustine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Senator Carozza.
Just now going through the Maryland Realtors testimony, and you said with an amendment, I didn't see it, and I was trying to better understand
Yeah.
their suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look further down in their letter, it's like in the fourth paragraph. Basically, what they suggest is that this is private property that's being identified, and that they should be notified, that there's just given notice that this process is going on, which I think is fine. There are local reports and things like that are happening.
And just to clarify, this would be solely vacant?
That's what I have put forward, because we have vacant, where we would be able to identify vacant property, that would be potentially the greatest opportunity for adaptive reuse. So that was the concept. Yes.
So there, with the disclosure, the notification, there would not be any surprises.
Correct, because they already know their property is vacant.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Vice Chair Kagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Augustine, the city of Baltimore has testimony and they just said, we're kind of already doing this and it's going to take a lot of time and money. Have you had a chance to talk to them, and do you have any thoughts about that?
I saw their testimony. I did not. I saw it obviously this morning. And I'm open to having conversations about what they may or how they might or might not fit into this. It is, though, Vice Chair Kagan, though, that part of the reason why I frame this as a statewide issue, though, and so different localities actually are already doing this. Some are already doing it at varying degrees. But the thought here was to get a more holistic look for the whole state. But I saw it and will be willing to figure out how to address their
Right.
concerns.
But I think it's a good idea. So I think
Thank
it's
you.
the right, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, additional questions for the sponsor? Senator Watson?
Let me just make sure I understand. So reading the letter from Baltimore, Senator, there's going to be an inventory done of existing vacant commercial buildings, and then they have to develop a plan to convert them to residential use. Is that right?
It's not that they have to develop. I mean, the first step is the inventory, and then we would then be able to go to DHCD statewide to then come up with some plans for how we might be able to come up with a adaptive reuse as these things are changing. But the first step is for us to identify what that vacant property would be, and then have the state agency, which has responsible for our housing and community development, once they have the data, to be able to come up with a potential plan. But yeah.
So I guess what I'm concerned, there was a prior panel here on another bill, and the gentleman stated there were 13,000 vacant properties currently in Baltimore.
Right.
13,000.
Right.
And then in reading this bill, my interpretation, if I'm on the other side, I want my commercial property to have the benefit of commercial activities. And so if you look at parts of Prince George's County,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
if you look at parts of Prince George's County, for many years, we've been by some labeled as a bedroom community because there are no businesses there. We have to go outside of our community. And so by taking vacant commercial property, which was built for commercial use to spur economic activity, and converting it into residential, do you think that damages that local jurisdiction in the long run?
I think that there are different jurisdictions. There's two different things that are going on here. One, the world has changed, Senator. I mean, people just there is a different use for office space, and for I think everyone understands that there is a restructuring in the commercial market across the board, where there isn't the same level of need for particularly office space. that is something that has changed. If you also look at retail has also changed. If you think about it, I mean, the world has changed. A lot of where we have our existing, the existing uses haven't necessarily caught up with that. So there's that issue. So that's part of the reason where you do have this vacant and underutilized property in the commercial space. The second side of it that we've talked a lot about and will continue to hear about is our housing crisis, which is the reason why the realtors were supportive of the legislation, because they're like, listen, we do have a real problem with the amount of housing stock that we have in the state of Maryland. We also have a problem with the cost of it. So if we can find a way to get more, we can find a way to address both of those issues at one time, I think overall, it's a benefit. Now, I understand what you are saying, obviously, as a proud Prince Georgian, how we always were trying to build on our commercial base, but we also have to live inside of the reality of the reshaped marketplace. And that would be what I would say to that. Yeah.
Okay, you've been joined by maybe two mayors? I
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, okay, let's first,
There'll be-
any additional questions
yeah.
for Senator Augustine on this bill?
That's good.
Okay, and before we,
If I could ask the indulgence of the committee,
Yeah.
they hustled themselves over here. We were moving. If you all wanted to talk about the gateway, please, is that okay?
absolutely, you know, we love our mayors. Normally, we
Yes.
would not go back to the
I
prior
know.
bill, but it's
I'm
Mayor's
sorry.
Day in Annapolis, and
Yeah.
we definitely love our mayors. So, yes, we're back on 659, and if each of you could tell us who you are, and then we are going to put you on a clock of sorts because we want to get back to this bill that we're currently. So tell us who you are, and again, we're back on 659. But yes, absolutely.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Monica Casañas, and I'm the mayor of the town of Colmar Manor. If you're familiar with the town, it's right on the border of DC and Maryland. One interesting thing that really surprised me, we don't have a welcome to Prince George's County marker on our side of the DC Maryland border. We don't have a welcome to Maryland sign. And to me, that's indicative of the lack of focus that there is in that area and in that region. And so I'm here to support the Gateway bill, the Gateway Commission bill with modifications. Our area is in need, desperate need of economic development. When we talk about affordable housing too, that's a part of it. Just looking at the transportation issues that we have in that area. So we're right on Bladensburg Road. And that goes directly into obviously Bladensburg, but we're the entryway into Prince George's County and Maryland. And there's just a lack of focus, a lack of development in that area. And I'm looking to support this because it's going to help not just my community, it's going to help Cottage City, it's going to help Mountain Rainier, Brentwood, North Brentwood. I'll let my colleague go ahead and add to this. Oh, I have,
No,
yeah, I'm
you're good.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, you're good.
We don't have to take it all.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all good.
So good evening, City of Mount Rainier, Maryland Mayor Selena Benitez, and here to support the bill unification. I think that Mayor Monica covered a lot of it, but our city is in Route 1, welcome to Maryland and Prince George's County. But for us, it's an area that's very enriched with diversity and culture, and we need the help. All of our cities have put a lot of support and effort, but the needs are way more of what we need. This bill allows for not to just focus on one city, but focus in the whole entire area in order to have more enrichment, more tourism, but at the same time, make sure the people that live there and for many years have invested in our city also know that, at various levels, we're answering to them. So we're very thankful for the senator to make sure he put this bill through, that he's hearing to his constituents, the businesses, but also the community when it comes to be able to put out there how great we are as a community. The modifications will allow for us to have more representation, more saying, but also at the same time to be able to control our destiny in order to enrich our stuff. We want to make sure people know that the minute they hit the borderline between, DC and Maryland, that they know they're in Maryland, that they know this is a wonderful state. And at the same time, they know that we invest in our businesses, but also we invest in our communities. Saying that, thank you so much, and ask for favorable support for the bill.
Okay, thank you to our two mayors. Okay, well, we appreciate you. We're going to go back to the other bill, and so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so no other questions for Senator Augustine. Let's take Dominic Butchko from MACO up here, signed up favorable with amendments back on Senate Bill 906. Why don't you tell us what kind of amendments you're contemplating or think should be on this bill?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. So first, I really want to thank Senator Augustine for putting in a bill like this. For the past several months leading up to this legislative session, MACO put together our own housing package that Senator Lewis Young is the sponsor of. And we spent a lot of time looking at multiple elements, and the conversion of commercial to residential was a really big part of that. The reason why it didn't make it into our final package is because it gets very technical and incredibly expensive. And it really depends on the environment where it's appropriate to do that. So for example, our research found that buildings built prior to 1950, so like in Baltimore City, for example, that commercial stock is much easier and much more appropriate to convert versus buildings built afterwards. And there's a number of things that go into whether or not to assess conversion to residential is appropriate. That being said, we listed our concerns, but then we also listed a number of paths forward on this bill because this is such an important issue. As the senator pointed out, our economies are changing. Some places we do need to convert and have mixed use or residential, and our jurisdictions are spearheading that effort. That being said, we would love to supercharge that with the support of the state and to work hand in hand with our partners to get that done. So with that, we're support with amendments, and thank you again, Senator.
Okay, questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Butchko, for that testimony. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 906, and we've got Senator Klossmar coming all the way from the Senate Finance Committee to present Senate Bill 831. And Senator, on the sponsor, designated sponsor panelists are Kurt Serber, and we've got Secretary Woods. Also, is he going to be here, do you think, Senator? Okay, those are the only two designated sponsor panelists.
Actually, I usually have that in my.
I see Mr. Gross on the line here. Yeah, we got some other folks, but let's start. Is Kurt Serber? Okay, you're here. Let's take you two, and then we'll take some additional witnesses who are not part of your official sponsor panel.
Okay.
And if Secretary Woods shows up, he would join.
Yeah,
you.
he was, I left him upstairs.
Okay.
so
Why don't you
He
start
didn't make this long.
the long
journey
haul all the way
down here.
downstairs? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 831, which seeks to protect veterans from predatory VA claim sharks and bad actors. We have all heard stories about the slow moving of the VA, specifically the process for filing a claim and later appealing that finding out it can be incredibly difficult to navigate the system. As a result of all this, an entire industry has arisen around the filing of VA claims and appeals for veterans. Under current federal law, it is generally illegal for anyone to charge a veteran money for filing an initial claim. In fact, veterans already have choices when it comes to filing their claims and appeals. They can go to any accredited entity, which often don't charge them, including the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, Disabled American Veterans, the Maryland VA, and many county governments themselves have accredited veteran service organizations. However, in 2006, all penalties for violating this federal law were repealed. There are currently two competing pieces of federal legislation that seeks to address this problem being held up in Congress, and our veterans can't wait. I want Senate Bill 831 as written aims to remedy this. This bill will give Maryland's Attorney General the power to enforce this law at the state level and to protect Maryland's veterans from bad actors. I want to thank my panel for coming in to testify in support of Senate Bill 831 and thank our friends who are here to testify as favorable with amendments. We have been working together to come to a solution, and I remain open to finding a workable compromise. So there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, when we go to Ms. Serber, why don't you go, and all the witnesses are going to be under a 2-minute clock, okay? Ruth, why don't you start?
Good afternoon. I'm Kurt Serber. I'm a 24-year Army vet. I'm the commander of VFW Post 304 right here in Annapolis, and I'm also the VFW State Legislative Representative from Maryland. It's distasteful that claim sharks are preying on veterans, but it's disgusting that they do it to survivors. SB 831, as written, will protect veterans from predatory claim sharks looking to make money on the backs of veterans. Do not be fooled. The amendment that's being considered is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's not only unconstitutional, but it would encourage even more of this predatory behavior. At a House hearing on Tuesday, a lobbyist for Veterans Guardian claimed similar federal legislation is stalled. It's not stalled. The fact is, Veterans Guardian has spent $1.5 million on federal lobbying to kill that bill in DC. I'll say that again, 1.5 million. They have also claimed that they're operating legally. The VFW doesn't agree with that. And more importantly, neither do the authorities. I have here a stack of demand letters from the VA going back years that describe the illegal activities of claim sharks. Veterans Guardian has a letter in here. And Congress called them out when they denied it in 2022. This stack of papers shows how big this problem is. Certainly there are shortcomings with the VA system, but nothing in either SB 831 nor the Claim Sharks proposed amendment will fix the problems of the VA. The backlog can only be fixed by the VA being able to process claims quicker, not by claim sharks. This bill, as written, will ensure the entities that assist with claims do so under well-established laws and regulations. SB 831 is a great start to eliminate this problem in Maryland. Do not feed the sharks and support their amendment. If we legalize predatory behavior in Maryland, we're going to send the signal that Maryland veterans are fair game for continued exploitations. I thank Senator Klausmeier for putting this forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Senator Klausmeier or the witness, Mrs. Serber? Okay, thank you, folks. Thank you very much. I'm going to call up a couple more in-person favorables before we go to some of the virtual witnesses. So I have David Dragix. Mr. Dragix, why don't you come to the table? I think that's actually the lone favorable. We have some folks signed up favorable with amendments, but we'll take them a little bit later. So why don't you proceed? You're signed up straight favorable.
That's
Again,
correct.
on this legislation. So why don't you've got 2 minutes.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Senator Klausmeier's bill. I'm Dave Dragix, a retired Army Colonel and Legislative Director of the Maryland Military Coalition, representing over 150,000 uniformed services connected individuals. When the 2022 PACT Act expanded benefits for veterans, unfortunately, it opened the door for new tricks and scams to rob veterans of their valuable benefits. Claim sharks, unaccredited professionals who use aggressive tactics through the mail, telephone, and online tools to take advantage of veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors have swarmed. Their messages are engaging, easily misleading veterans with offers of assistance that seem too good to be true, especially those veterans either applying for benefits or appeals services for the first time. These actions often result in not only fees that can run up to 50% of a settlement, but also identity theft of the veteran's personal information. We cannot allow these practices to continue. Senate Bill 0831 is a strong positive step in stopping these predatory practices on Maryland veterans. It incorporates federal law with Maryland rules on the division of fees for attorneys providing these services. And it will require people who charge a fee or receive compensation for providing these services to comply with Maryland's ethical standards for attorneys. This type of regulation and accreditation is needed to protect Maryland's veterans from unscrupulous or unqualified actors. And the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports Senate Bill 0831 and asks for a favorable report from the committee. And we'd like to thank Senator Klausmeier for sponsoring this legislation and appreciate her leadership on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Yes, Senator Simonaire, and then we'll go to Senator Carozza.
Yes, thank you. Over here. I appreciate the work you do. I really do. And I've worked with veterans and have a lot of veterans legislation. And so I'm trying to understand because I want to support veterans, but I've also heard that some organizations go out there and just provide a service for a fee. And I truly want to hear your answer because when I was overseas in a foreign country, I was trying to get driver's license and things like that. I could go do it myself, but with the language barrier and other things, it was much easier to hire somebody to do that for a fee. That's kind of the way it's being presented. Is that not what's happening?
The issue becomes people who are not accredited talking to veterans saying they've got an easy solution. We all like to see things done quickly and easily. But what they don't do is they are not accredited, and where the fees are set up by the VA. So there's a certain limit by law as what they can charge. But as you may well know, dealing with the Veterans Administration, it's arcane. There's a lot of rules and regulations. So what this bill will do, we'll bring that in line, where these unaccredited people now have standards they have to pay attention to that make it much more, however you want to say, much more transparent as to what is going on as far as the veteran's concerned. He can still go to those people if they want, but what happens is now what this will require is more disclosure as far as, you know, what the services are and what it will cost.
Rosen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your service and your
Thank you,
leadership.
you're worth it.
I represent a district that has a disproportionately higher number of veterans who have retired to District 38, Maryland's coast. And as a result, we end up doing a lot of what I call casework for those veterans. In a lot of cases, it's to do a referral. It's the federal benefits. So it's to do that simple referral to make sure that we've contacted the member of Congress and the US Senator and make sure there's follow-up. And so obviously that's part of our public service to do that referral. And those are members of the congressional and Senate staffs that do that work. Where it gets a little, and my question is where it gets a little muddied with the attorneys in some cases, it is a legal matter. But at the same time, we always try to point out that you shouldn't, let us work it at a casework level first before you go and spend money with an attorney. And I was trying to understand this bill to know if there's some clarification there, because, where you want it, to me, I would think that the veteran would at least want us to work it at a casework level. And then if it is a legal matter, then you would do a referral, not us, but we would just say, it's a legal matter.
Well, I'm going to defer the answer to the question to Andrew Gross, who is an attorney who deals with this, who is also online. So he's in a better position to answer that than I am because he deals in situations like that.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Gross. He's going to be the next witness. So,
okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Testimony and for your service.
Thank you.
We're going to go to two virtual witnesses who both signed up straight favorable. Why don't we start with you, Mr. Gross, since you were just referenced. So you've got 2 minutes and then Senator Carrozza may want to follow up with you with a question. So why don't you go?
Thank you, sir. My name is Andy Gross. I'm an attorney representing veterans in their disability benefits appeals. I'm accredited by the VA. So I've checked all the boxes and done all the proper accreditation for that. I'm also a member of the Maryland Bar and a member of the DC Bar. I am incredibly proud to do what I do, and my team has been successful in securing millions of dollars in retroactive benefits for veterans. I just want to come out and say the folks who are testifying in favor of these amendments, the claims consultants industry, and by the way, there's no distinction between a shark and a consultant. They're all operating illegally, and they know it, and they've been told this to be the case. Their business is intrinsically predatory, and you can't be the good guy if your business model is intrinsically predatory, if you're constantly violating the law, and if you're constantly telling people that you're not violating the law when you know you are. The reason it's intrinsically predatory is because the way they operate is, again, charging this illegal fee, which is usually a multiple of 5 times the increase in disability. So if you go from 50 to 100%, let's say that increase is about $1,000 a month, they charge $5,000 for getting you there. Now, this might sound very appealing to an individual who is just stuck in the process. but you're not fixing anything at that point. You're not addressing the issue of the effective date. You're not addressing the issue of the other claims that need to be filed or other things that need to be fixed. And this has massive downstream consequences. I have a number of clients who are former clients of various claims consulting companies. And the claims consultants, yeah, maybe got their percentage up from 50 to 70 or 50 to 100% or whatever the case may be. But they didn't do a thorough enough job to see that there are hundreds of thousands of dollars in back pay on the table because the veteran has been struggling for years, if not decades, to get these benefits. So there's a reason this practice is illegal. There's a reason this practice has been illegal. And there's a reason why this committee should vote favorably and make these illegal fees a violation of Maryland's consumer protection laws. And I stand ready for your questions.
Okay, Senator Carrozza, did you have any follow-up questions for Mr. Gross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to better understand when we do what I call constituent casework. Constituent comes to us. In most cases, we need to refer them to the federal level because it's usually their member of Congress or their U.S. senator that would intervene with the veterans affairs at the federal level. But sometimes there's that gray area where it's a legal case. So I'm just trying to understand with the legislation, we need to understand that we continue to do those referrals and they do their work as, employees of the member of Congress. But when it does get into that legal realm, is that us? And we don't refer to any one lawyer, but we're limited on getting involved in legal cases. So I'm just trying to understand if this bill also addresses that gray area.
It does not. So if I understand your question correctly, plenty of veterans will call their member of Congress or their elected legislators for assistance in somehow breaking the logjam in this process. And they are often unrepresented in these cases. So they reach out to member of Congress, assuming that the member of Congress can call somebody at the VA to either expedite their claim or get the claim unstuck in the system with varying degrees of results. Now, there's just a terrible backlog at the VA because the PACT Act and quite frankly, the VA has a very high error rate. So there's just a lot of appeals. And that's management problems at the VA itself. So I can't address those. Now, if it's a function of someone calling your office and saying, hey, they denied this, the VA denied this claim and they didn't even look at it, that person should probably approach either a veteran service officer, an accredited agent, or an attorney such as myself. You can find us on the VA OGC's website as accredited individuals who are licensed to do this. And we've agreed to charge fees under a very specific regime. And this bill basically says you cannot charge a fee. This is, by the way, federal law already says this, but there are no teeth in this law. Say, if you charge a fee that is inconsistent with the federal law, that is a violation of Maryland's Consumer Protection Act. The reason companies have popped up to charge these illegal fees is because it's incredibly lucrative to charge illegal fees. Crime pays. Unfortunately, the VA doesn't have teeth to actually enforce the
Okay,
laws.
so let me just cut right to the chase and then
I'm sorry.
But what I'm hearing you say is that when you get to the point where it may require that additional legal assistance, that there are attorneys like you who have gone through this whole process, that is a legitimate way for these veterans to receive the assistance as opposed to those who are not, quote, credentialed. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, they can go to the Maryland Department of Veterans Affairs, the VFW, the American Legion, the DAV, myself. Some people choose to go to myself because it's a more complicated appeal with some more complicated legal issues.
Okay. Thank you.
But these are free, so.
Okay. Any additional questions for Mr. Gross? Okay, seeing none, we've got James Campbell next virtually. Mr. Campbell, we see you. Why don't you unmute yourself, or we'll unmute you. And then you've got 2 minutes to weigh in. You're again straight favorable, so why don't you proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. My name's and want to thank the Senator Platzmeyer for sponsoring this legislation. My name's Jim Campbell. For the past 6 years, I've been state president of Maryland AARP. Before that, I was a member of the Maryland House of Delegates. And this issue has been something that with AARP we've been dealing with for a long time. The idea of consumer fraud has escalated in recent years. And I guess the disturbing thing working on this legislation is how members of the military are targeted at a higher rate than general population. We did a survey, AARP, and it's in my testimony here, in 2021 that military families are 40% more likely to lose money to scams and fraud than civilians. In addition, 4 out of 5 military veteran and adults are targeted by scam directly to their service or benefits. This has been a problem that we were trying to address. We were happy to join with Dave Dragas and the Military Coalition to work on this issue. We're glad the committee is addressing it and bring some attention to this issue. Since you have my testimony, I know your time's valuable as a former member. I realize that at this time of the year. So I'll leave it at that, and we just encourage a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions for Mr. Campbell? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to folks who have signed up favorable with amendments. We're going to start with,
Mr. Chair.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I have the secretary.
Oh, Secretary Woods. Yes, come on up, Secretary. I didn't see you there. And again, welcome. And you're weighing in straight favorable on Senate Bill 831.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. It's a pleasure to see you, members of the committee. I'm Tony Woods, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm honored to appear before you today, and I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report on SB 831. This bill seeks to penalize unaccredited actors that prey upon Maryland veterans, and I am grateful to Senator Klausmeier and Delegate Allen for their leadership on this. Since my department's creation in partnership with the legislature, we've invested Maryland taxpayer dollars into creating a benefits program that accredits veteran benefits specialists and assists veterans with filing their initial claim. We do this at no cost to the veteran. Last year, my department made 153,000 contacts with veterans, submitted nearly 4,500 claims, resulting in nearly $40 million in compensation benefits for veterans. Claim sharks operate by promising a veteran a guaranteed disability rating in exchange for a cut of their earned benefits. If documentation is thin, some claim sharks have been known to work with unscrupulous medical professionals to produce fraudulent documentation, opening the veteran up to penalties and even criminal prosecution when they submit those documents on their own behalf that the claim shark has helped them to prepare. Fines collected from claim sharks who violate this law would be deposited into the Maryland Veteran Trust Fund, which provides vital assistance to veterans and their families that have fallen on hard times. While we wait for federal legislation to reinstate criminal penalties at that level, we must pass SB 831 to fill the gap and protect Maryland veterans and their families from bad actors who seek to profit from their service benefits. For this, I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report on SB 831. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the Secretary? Okay, thank you, sir, for coming in today. Okay, now we'll move to the favorable with amendment group. I've got Ashley Berry, we've got Ray Colas, William Taylor, and Ellen Valentino. And then after that, we'll go to a couple of the virtual witnesses who also signed a favorable with amendments. So, okay, who wants to lead off?
I'll lead off,
Okay,
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Valentino, why don't you lead off? Say
Thank you.
again, favorable with amendments.
Thank you. We are favorable with amendments, and good afternoon. My name's Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing Veterans Guardians. With me today is Bill Taylor, the co-founder of Veterans Guardian, Ashley Berry, National Association of Veterans Rights, and Ray Colas, representative from Veterans Benefit Guide. The issue before you today, like many of you have seen, has trickled down from lack of inaction from the federal level. I'm here today representing Veterans Guardian, who is looking for correct state action and that can protect veterans from bad actors, at the same time preserving the choice of veterans to be able to grieve and look for a private navigator per se through what is a very daunting and difficult and complex process. Veterans Guardian is veteran-owned. They provide these consulting services to assist veterans in the claim process. Thousands of veterans use Veterans Guardian, and it's important to get the legislation right. To that end, have put forth an alternative. Mr. Chair, I sent it out early this morning. It is late testimony, but I'm happy to walk through point by point what it would put into place or follow up as requested by the staff. In closing, we respect the testimony that was put here today. I think Mr. Terrell will tell you how he understands it. With respect to the trial attorney's position, I think, there's space that they have moved into that is comfortable for them. We respect that as well. But we do think it's important to get it right. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor. Before we go, I close. I will say this issue is bleeding out into the states, and almost all, but not in absolute, because General Assemblies remain in session, are moving and pivoting towards putting strong regulatory protections in place. Or most recently, Virginia is going to be looking to study it. So I appreciate the time today and can follow up or can respond to questions as needed. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, let's go next.
So first of all, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Bill Taylor. I'm a retired Army officer. I was in the Army for 23 years, and I'm the founder of Veterans Guardian. We are a veteran-owned and veteran-operated company. I have 200 employees. Almost all are veterans, spouses of veterans, or spouses of active duty. We are a transparent, ethical company who's proud of what we do and the service we provide to veterans. We are operating within federal guidelines and law, contrary to what's been said today. And we are helping ensure veterans receive the benefits they are entitled to based on their service to the nation. We've helped over 25,000 veterans last year, and we've assisted up almost 2,000 veterans in Maryland with an annual economic impact of $20 million. With a 90% success rate and an average of 85 days for a decision. We are transparent about veteran options, including the free services from the VSOs, and our billing structure, which is contingent on a successful outcome, and ensure every veteran chooses to use our service from a position of knowledge. We appreciate the intent of this bill completely. We understand that there are bad actors out there. We understand that there are bad practices, and we seek to legislate against them as well. But we believe that there is a better approach than just banning the entire industry. We have identified every single concern that the VFW and the other parties have to claims assistance from the private sector, and we want to legislate against every one of those practices they're concerned with. And we should be striving to provide the widest range of options. Let's let the veteran choose how they want to pursue their claim. We've been working at the federal level for the last couple of years in a bipartisan manner. There is a bill called the PLUS Act that's being sponsored by Lieutenant General Jack Bergman that is gaining traction on the Hill that will allow us to become accredited. It creates a path that does not exist right now, but also provides protections for veterans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Berry. I'm Senior Vice President of Communications for the National Association for Veteran Rights. We're a national trade association that promotes ethical and transparent business practices among companies engaging with the service-disabled veteran community. We set clear standards in certifying companies to provide good service for a reasonable fee, a fee that veterans are willing to pay for. Veterans choose that service to get their claims done correctly the first time. I'm also a former senior executive leading communications at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. And I spent 2 decades as an investigative journalist for multiple television networks. During my tenure as a reporter for CBS News, I was at the helm of the Phoenix VA wait time scandal. I gave whistleblowers a platform to tell their stories of the atrocities that were happening to our veterans who were forced to wait for benefits and for care. In fact, my coverage generated congressional inquiries and hearings led by the late Senator John McCain, as well as Senator Kyrsten Sinema. So I am here today to highlight the reality of wait times in the benefits process. You may have heard from veteran service organizations that there is not a capacity issue right here in Maryland, but there are more than 355,000 veterans to only 90 VSO representatives. So when you break that down, that means 4,000 veterans, for one VSO representative in this state, with nearly 40% of claims pending more than 4 months. And when you're talking about our nation's heroes having to wait that long, it truly can have deadly consequences. I reported on veteran suicides because sadly, their claims were on hold, extended, forgotten even, all because they were not granted a choice. Substandard should not be accepted as the norm. Our veterans deserve better. They deserve a choice. Our association's members provide that. They have helped thousands of veterans here in Maryland. Yes, there are bad actors, but I just want to mention that the president of our association is not only a veteran himself, but also a former acting VA secretary. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, sir. Next.
Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Ray Colas, and I'm here on behalf of Veteran Benefits Guide, also known as VBG, to testify with concerns to Senate Bill 831 as currently written. Now, VBG provides veteran services through a private, legal, and federally compliant organization such as ours, and it's an option outside of the Veteran Affairs that ensures veterans receive the benefits that they've earned. Now, VBG strongly supports the bill sponsor's commitment to protecting our veterans and actually believes that the bill does not go far enough, as it is absent necessary disclosures, restrictions, as well as fee caps. However, and most unfortunately, the bill prohibits services from honorable for-profit companies serving veterans such as ours. Now, the proponents of the bill inaccurately and intentionally insinuate that organizations such as ours choose not to become accredited. Federal law states that no individual may act as an agent or attorney in the preparation, presentation, or prosecution of any claim under law administered by the Secretary without first being accredited. I'd like to state for the record that we do not practice law, we do not act as the veteran's agent of record, and we do not present before the VA. Now, federal law also states that recognized veteran service organizations and their representatives always provide their services on benefits claims free of charge, and that only VA accredited attorneys and claim agents may charge fees for assisting in a claim for VA benefits. Simply put, as an accredited veteran service organization or an accredited representative, there is no path for services for honorable for-profit companies such as ours to continue serving veterans in the state. Unfortunately, the bill as currently written proposes to increase cost to veterans while reducing freedom of choice. And we'd like to continue working with the sponsor of the bill in hopes that we can come to support.
Okay, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your testimony, but Lieutenant Colonel Taylor. Yes. First of all, thanks for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. You said that you've got a 90% success rate and an 85-day response time. And the bottleneck, I would think, would be with the VA. Without disclosing your secret sauce, how in the world do you make that happen?
There really is no secret sauce. Our success rate is we are an evidence-based organization. We do a very thorough review of service records, medical records, and the regulatory requirements to get a claim approved. We only push forward claims that we feel the evidence is there to support. And so we also do quite a bit of work to help prepare the packet so that when it hits the rater's desk, everything that they need to approve it from a information perspective is sitting right there on the desk. That allows a rater to, in many cases, be able to get to a decision quicker. So I have no control over how quick the VA makes a decision. What I do have control over is how effective and thorough of a packet we put together. And because of that, we have achieved a 90% success rate, and our average client is getting a decision in 85 days or less.
I see. Now, and let me ask you one other question. Do you have any relationships with anybody at VA?
We have zero relationships with the VA. I am not submitting a claim to the VA. The veteran is submitting the claim on their own behalf. I am not prosecuting before the VA. We are there merely as a consultant to help the veteran prepare to submit a claim on their own behalf, and then there is a consultant to help advise them as they prosecute the claim on their own.
Okay. And one last question. So the amount you charge for the service, is that predicated on the amount of the claim that they get, the rating that they get, or?
Thank you for that question. We work strictly on a contingent basis. So if the veteran does not get an increase in their compensation, there is no fee. If a veteran does get an increase in their compensation, our fee is 5 times the 1 month's increase. So if a veteran is at 50% making $1,000 a month and we get them to 70 or 80 and they're now making 1,500, our fee is 5 times that $500 difference. We do not charge interest. There's multiple payment plans and we do not touch back pay. And once that fee is paid, that is it. And we provide a disclosure of that to our veterans before they decide to use our services, not after. Before they make that decision, they are fully aware of what our fee structure is and how it works.
Okay, all right, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
We have questions for this panel. Vice Chair Kagan, and then it's back to Senator. Okay, Senator Carozza, you're first, then Vice Chair Kagan.
I just want to kind of get right down to the bottom line here. I think what I'm hearing this panel say is you have no problem with legislation that goes after bad actors, that right now there's an issue of credentialing your organizations at a federal level. And that if you had this credentialing, and I guess I want to understand if that's both at the federal and the state level, is that basically what your bottom line position would be, this would give an option for veterans. The services you provide would give an option for veterans, but right now you're not in a position that you are credentialed at the federal level?
Yes, thank you for that question. Right now, under the current accreditation model, there is not a pathway for companies like ours to become accredited. The current accreditation system is an individual accreditation system. So I would have to get all 200 of my employees accredited. And then every time that I bring in a new employee, I would have to wait the 3, 4, 5 months for that accreditation to come through before they could begin doing work for me. So number one, there's not a path for a company to become accredited. It is based on an individual model. The second issue is the current accreditation model only allows accredited agents or attorneys to charge a fee for assistance with appeals. We believe in taking a holistic look at veterans. We're going to look at things that they should have claimed that they didn't. That's an initial claim. So as an accredited agent, I can't assist with that for a fee. We're going to look at secondary conditions. That is also an initial claim. I would not be able to assist with that for a fee. We are pursuing at the federal level. We've been working for the last 4 years to try and get accreditation reform through that would create a path to accreditation for companies like ours that would allow us to charge a fee at any step of the process, but then would put guardrails in place to ensure that those companies like ours are not acting in a predatory manner. And that's what we've pushed forward with the amendments. That bill is the PLUS Act. It's being supported both in the House and the Senate right now. And it's a question of federal politics right now.
One last follow-up brief question. The numbers that you indicated, the 350,000 veterans to how many VSOs?
90 VSOs.
So, and that's in the state of Maryland.
Yeah, and that data is directly from the VA's website.
No matter how great and exceptional your VSOs are, the numbers are overwhelming as far as, I mean, I know just from doing some casework in my 3 counties, is the pathway forward for an organization like yours that you would need to be credentialed in order for this to be an option for veterans? And I think that's what I'm hearing you say. It's for those, this is optional.
That's what we would like to see the federal law change to. That's what we're working towards with the PLUS Act. But that is not the law right now. And so we are operating as an unaccredited agent, so that allows us to better serve the veteran. But you're right, it's about choice. As long as the veteran is making that choice from a position of knowledge, they know that there are free services available. They know they can do it on their own. They understand that we're not accredited. They understand. And that would be part of the amended bill, is we would have to provide that disclosure. We think veterans should have the freedom of choice to choose how they want to navigate the VA system.
But you have no problem with strong language with bad actors?
Absolutely not.
Okay, Senator Vice Chair Kagan, we're good. Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, we do have one final witness, Benjamin Tipton. Mr. Tipton, you're also signed up fair with amendments, and again, you have 2 minutes. You'll be the final witness on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Ben Tipton, United States Army Major, retired from United States Army Special Operations Command. I do support with amendments. I do want to just first off start by saying that I've used both the free services and private paid services. I had success with both, but I had to use a private service because after I used the Veteran Service Organization, they were of no more assistance to me. I was not made any promises by the private company that I used. There was no false documentation whatsoever. I was not targeted. I wasn't scammed. It was a choice that I made out of knowledge. The VA disability process is extremely difficult. It's adversarial and it's arcane. It makes the smartest people feel ignorant. Veterans need more options for help, not less. If the bill is passed as it is currently written without amendments, it would reduce the amount of help available to veterans in Maryland. I have a master's degree and I still needed to get help from, like I said, both a VSO and private organizations in order to receive the VA disability benefits to which I was entitled to. And also, I would just have to say last that using the private companies was much cheaper than engaging with a lawyer who would charge me 33.3% of my back pay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness, Mr. Tifton? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 831. Thank you, Senator Klausmeyer. Going to next go to Senator Jennings, who's patiently been waiting there over in the table. We're going to go to Senator Jennings, Senate Bill 692. And I'm going to call up, you've got a sponsor panel that consists of Matthew Radolick, Richard Reinhardt, Brian Wormay, Ted Pibble, and finally Tasha Cornish. And there is one virtual witness, also part of your panel, Mr. Richburg. I'm not sure if he's in the queue as well. So Senator Jennings, why don't you proceed with Senate Bill 692?
Thank you, Chair, Vice
And
Chair.
then, and then Senator Carrozza, we're going to take that Senate Bill 1034 after Senator Jennings. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Senator J.B. Jennings for the record for Senate Bill 692. I apologize if you called me earlier. We're dealing with a FERPA upstairs. I could not get out. Senate Bill 692 deals with data security. It's basically a work group to look at it. And I ask you, what is data? You know, everybody's got their ideas what data is, but it's pretty much a collection of anything, if information that is stored within your computer, within the system, servers, you name it. Why do we need a work group? Why do we need to look at it? Because a lot of data has a lot of personal information in there. PII, personal identifiable information. I'll give you an example. Many of us give scholarships out, correct? In order to do that, you have to get what's called a FAFSA form from the families. They email them to us, and I guarantee you they're sitting on your computers or your staff's computers. Within that FAFSA, it has social security numbers, birth dates, family members' names, family members' social security numbers. There's a lot of information there that if the bad person got a hold of it, they could do a lot of harm with creating false identities, getting out loans. But how do we protect that? What do we do? I mean, I ask each of you, do you password protect those files when you get them? I don't know. What do we do across the state with other state agencies? That's what the goal of this work group is to look at it and see what we're doing. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What do other states do? What are some federal mandates through maybe CISA and federal agencies that they do that we can look at? That's what the goal of this work group is, and it's why I'm pushing for it. Now, I will tell you, Department of Information in their letter of information, I think it's letter of information, says that this is a redundant bill. They're doing it. But you know what? That's that agency. We're the legislature. This is our work group to look at what we think is right and to push what we think is right here in the state from our perspective. That's why I'm asking for this. There is one change, one technical change I would ask for. And when it was originally drafted, it did ask for the governor's office to staff this work group. They generally don't staff those. It should be DLS. So, you know, should we move forward, which hopefully we will make it DGS or DLS will staff it. And to talk about, how big of an issue this is, there were about 3,600 breaches in this state. Notices that were given out within the state of different things that are taking place. So it is a serious issue. We hear it every day. I'm in this world. This is what I do for a living. It's what I hear about. It's just nonstop. So I don't want to go on about it. It's just trying to stress how important it is that we do this. And again, we are the legislature. We're the legislative branch. That is why we're pushing it, so that we can see it from our angle and make sure we go after and get the questions answered that we think are important. So, Mr. Chair, I'm favorable, or ask for favorable consideration of this legislation.
Okay, Senator Jennings, Mr. Reinhardt, you want to go next?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Richard Reinhardt from Percy Public Affairs, representing Verona Systems. We are strongly supportive of Senate Bill 692 and greatly appreciate the support of Senator Jennings, co-sponsors, particularly those on this committee that also serve on the Joint Committee of Cybersecurity, IT, and Biotech. We've submitted, or Veronis has submitted written testimony in support of this legislation. To echo some of the points that the senator made, data security is critical to both public and private sector organizations for a variety of reasons. While there is no silver bullet for stopping cyber attacks, data security is one of the most critical aspects for evaluating threats and reducing the risk associated with data storage and handling. It must be viewed as an ongoing endeavor and should be tackled from every angle through the advice and perspectives from our state and county stakeholders, our educational representatives, and various experts inside the private industry. In 2022, lawmakers with Senator Jennings and Senator Hester, they created several critical pieces of legislation that significantly advanced the state's cybersecurity activities for many years to come. While the state continues to make laudable progress in advancing legislative policy on cybersecurity and also on artificial intelligence, discussions surrounding data security also need to be part of that overall dialogue. In the last few years, we've seen Maryland state government and our public education institutions been targeted on cyber attacks and ransomware attacks. We can't afford to delay these conversations surrounding data security any longer. Moreover, as the state continues its multi-million-dollar investments into modernizing our IT legacy systems, how is the state of Maryland and the department agencies ensuring that this sensitive data is secured through the migration progress and beyond? This is why the enactment of Senate Bill 692 is so critical to Maryland's future, and that's why we urge this body to pass Senate Bill 692. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Why don't you go, sir, and then we'll go back to the other side. Go on.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Radulak. I'm a registered voter from the 8th Congressional District of Maryland, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 692. I lead an international team of experts who investigate and prevent data breaches at Varonis, a data security company. The threat to data has never been greater. Week after week, we see the real-world impact of weak or non-existent regulation and data protection standards. Just 1 week ago, a data breach prevented one of the nation's largest healthcare companies, Change Healthcare, from being able to process orders for prescriptions or send bills. Today, more than a week later, citizens of Maryland remain impacted. Maryland has established foundational cybersecurity programs like the Maryland Cybersecurity Council, and it's time to allocate the resources needed for data privacy regulation and data protection across the state. States like Colorado, Florida, Massachusetts, and most recently and notably North Carolina have made significant strides to keep data private and protected and punish those who put data at risk. This bill ensures the right expertise will be brought to one of the state's and nation's most valuable assets, data. I support this bill and humbly ask for your support as well.
Okay, why don't we go over here and then why don't you got the mic and then we'll end up at the end of it. All right, go on.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brian Orm. I'm a principal and partner at Guide Point Security, one of the nation's largest cybersecurity solutions provider. And as a longtime executive in the cybersecurity industry, I endorse the proposal to create a data security work group within the Maryland State Legislature. The rampant incidents of data theft and ransomware attacks targeting municipalities, schools, hospitals, and various other sectors within the state underscore the urgent need for a comprehensive and coordinated approach to data security. These attacks not only disrupt essential services, but also compromise sensitive information, eroding public trust and jeopardizing the well-being of communities. The consequences of such breaches extend far beyond financial losses, impacting the state's ability to deliver critical services, safeguard personal data, and maintain public safety. By establishing a data security work group, the state can harness the expertise of cybersecurity professionals, government officials, and industry stakeholders to develop and implement proactive strategies to mitigate cyber threats effectively. This committee would serve as a centralized authority responsible for assessing risks, establishing best practices, and fostering collaboration among various entities to strengthen the state's overall cybersecurity posture. Furthermore, a dedicated work group can facilitate the dissemination of vital resources, training programs, and support mechanisms to empower organizations at all levels to enhance their resilience against cyber threats. By prioritizing data security and investing in proactive measures, we can better safeguard our infrastructure, protect citizens' privacies, and ensure the uninterrupted delivery of essential services. In conclusion, I urge the state legislature to pass this bill and establish a data security work group. Together, we can proactively address the evolving threat landscape and safeguard the digital assets that underpin the state's prosperity and well-being. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Cornish, why don't you go next? Touch the mic.
Good. Okay, great. Thanks. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to support Senate Bill 692. So the Cybersecurity Association of 692 supports this bill. We are a statewide 501c6 nonprofit established in 2015, created to drive the growth of Maryland's cybersecurity industry. Our membership includes over 600 firms ranging in size from Fortune 500 companies to solo owner operators, and represents nearly 10,000 Maryland employees. I want to echo everything that my fellow panelists have said. I also just want to provide a couple other pieces for context. So as somebody who's come here several times to support work groups within this committee and to be created, I will say data security has always felt like a bit of an afterthought. Even when we're thinking about modernization, when we're thinking about AI, these are critically important, but we really need to focus our energy on data security. And what's really valuable about this work group is that it does include private industry, especially when you're considering the effects of emerging technologies such as AI and quantum. We really need cutting edge experts in this field of data security to also be involved in these conversations. So again, we strongly urge this support. Thank you to our co-sponsors and our sponsor, and we urge favorable. Thank you.
Okay, before we take questions, let's pick up we have one virtual witness, Mr. Rick Berg, also signed up favorable. So why don't we take your testimony, then we'll open up to questions. So Ms. Rick Berg, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to offer virtual testimony. My name is Jim Richburg, and I serve as the head of cyber policy and the Global Field Chief Information Security Officer at Fortinet, which is a U.S. company that produces much of the cybersecurity technology used by government, companies, and individuals, both in Maryland and across the globe. While Fortinet makes over half of the network firewalls sold worldwide, we actually offer nearly 60 different kinds of security and networking products, and securing data is important to all of them. We are committed to data security, and I'm honored to appear before this committee to express Fortinet's support for the work group proposed in Senate Bill 692. Maryland is already providing a wide range of citizen services online, and government services ranging from traffic lights to water treatment plants increasingly have digital elements that must be secured. Setting strong data protection standards at the state level offers benefits for both citizens and government alike. Defining strong security standards ensures that sensitive personal information such as social security numbers collected by the state is protected from unauthorized access and use. For state agencies, defining and implementing strong data standards reduces the likelihood of costly data breaches and disruption of essential services. While an increasing number of other states have already created data protection standards, their approaches have not been uniform, and Maryland could use this bill as an opportunity to examine different models and leverage lessons learned from others' experience. Maryland is the home of numerous organizations known worldwide as leaders in cybersecurity, and this bill offers the opportunity to leverage that local talent along with the perspective of key stakeholders in state and local government. In closing, Senate Bill 692 offers Maryland an opportunity to define data protection standards that are effective and affordable, and Fortinet would welcome the chance to help support the implementation of this bill if it's enacted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all the panelists and the virtual witness. Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the sponsor of the bill, I appreciate your ongoing involvement in the joint Committee on Cyber IT and Biotech. I have just two questions. But I was reading a report from the Office of Legislative Audits. It actually said there were 37.9 million identified records that didn't have adequate PII protection on them. So my question is, like, when you were talking to the agency, the Department of IT, did you happen to check in about the data inventory that they've been working on and like what the status of that is? Because I think that was required like in a 2020 EO.
Unfortunately, I did not.
Okay, if you could get back to me on that, because I think when they created the data privacy officer and then the chief data officer, they required this inventory of the data. And I think that like we got to know where the data is so we can protect it. Okay, so my first question is, how much would a statewide data inventory cost? Could anybody on the panel answer that for me, just approximately? Okay, if you guys could get back to me, that would be really helpful. The second thing is, it looks like the major concern of the department is that there's multiple work groups. So if we could take like the concept of this, that data is important, and like amend it onto another bill that had the private sector like engaged in the work group, would you all be open to talking about that offline?
I mean, I don't want to speak for anyone here, but
You got to put the mic if you're gonna, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we can get back to you, Senator. I don't want to speak for any of the other panelists, but, speaking for Varonis, I think we could all, find some time to talk to you offline and, consider that.
I mean, I guess it's just a question of like, we've got limited people resources. This is a really important topic. Like, what's the best vehicle to get this worked on?
This bill, this
Okay.
work group. I mean, let's be honest. It's laser focused, looking at data,
That's
security of it in data in transit, data at rest. And that's why we have the work group, is to say, hey, look, you have done an incredible job with numerous pieces of legislation with cybersecurity. And when people think of cyber, they don't realize how big it is, how diverse it is, how far it reaches. This is strictly on the data side. As I mentioned earlier, and I gave the example of us as legislators, what we have. Think of all the other agencies out there that have thousands, millions of files.
I mean, there's more findings than there are people in the state of Maryland.
Yes. So that's why I say, let's just use this work group to laser focus strictly on the data side, to make sure that it is being stored and transported properly.
Okay, well, let's keep talking.
Okay.
Thank you for your leadership, Senator.
Okay, any additional questions, Vice Chair Kagan?
Just a quick question and we can talk offline. I'm interested to see who you have in the work group. So for instance, you're proposing one member of the House of Delegates, one member of the Senate. That seems modest. One person chosen by MACO, the Maryland Association of Counties. The diversity of our state, I might suggest politically, let alone geographically, size of the counties, sophistication of the counties in terms of their cyber protection and stuff. It seems to me like this work group is sparse and not as representative as might be ideal. So if you want to reflect on that, and again, I don't know what the will of the committee is going to be, but if this were to move forward, I'm going to suggest that it be larger and more diverse. Thank you,
Well,
Mr.
sometimes
Chair.
when you take a work group too big, can't get anything done. Everybody's sitting there arguing, talking, and it's hard to get a consensus.
Chair, what the agenda is, what the focus is, and what the deadlines are. As someone who has chaired a really bulky, important life or death 911 commission, I assure you that we had diversity, representation, and we got it done.
Okay, I don't think that
Sounds like we got a chair for the
work
group.
Although you probably didn't get the memo, when you bring in a bill with a work group and we
right.
pass it, you
I've
serve.
I've offered to serve
That's
on
the
it.
deal.
But obviously the vice chair has
Okay.
her brilliance with this. Let her chair, and I'll
Okay,
just sit
okay,
side.
let's cut that
seat.
off. Let's cut that off right now. Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 692. And we're going to go to Senator Carrozza on Senate Bill 1034, and Vice Chair Kagan is going to handle this.
Joining Senator Carozza, Richard Tanner Jones from the Fruitland Police Department, our friend Captain Bob Phillips from the Maryland State Firefighters Association. Thank you. That's the sponsor panel. And Senator Carozza, SB 1034, 911 Specialist Recruitment and Retention Work Group. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Senator Mary Beth Carozza representing Maryland's coast, and that's Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I want to thank you, Vice Chair Kagan, and all my fellow members of the esteemed Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for this opportunity to present Senate Bill 1034, which establishes a 911 specialist recruitment and retention work group. And I personally want to thank Vice Chair Kagan for all her assistance with this legislation and all her suggested recommendations, which have been included in this SB 1034. I'd like to just share a little bit of background of why I'm coming forward with this bill at this time. For the past 3 years, I have been working with the Fruitland Police Chief Plunkard, other local law enforcement, and 911 specialists in an effort to allow 911 specialists to qualify for the law enforcement officers pension system. And this would be a major recruitment and retention tool to support our 911 specialists. Again, as way of background, I introduced Senate Bill 700 this session, which would give local jurisdictions the option to allow 911 specialists to qualify for LEOPS. And this legislation, you all might recall, mirrors Senate Bill 368 of 2023, which allowed local jurisdictions to offer LEOPS to emergency medical technicians. It was unanimously approved by the Maryland General Assembly and signed into law on April 24th of last year. And right now, to give you an update, we are currently working with our federal partners to add 911 specialists to the definition of qualified public safety employees in order for the LEOPS option to go forward for 911 specialists. My purpose in sharing this background brings you to this bill, Senate Bill 1034, which is focused on a long-term approach in the recruitment and retention of Maryland's 911 specialists. This legislation does establish the 911 Specialist Recruitment and Retention Work Group to identify and examine recruitment and retention challenges that specifically affect 911 specialists in Maryland and make related recommendations. This work group approach is similar to the work groups that the Maryland General Assembly has established for fire and emergency medical services personnel and for law enforcement. The 911 Specialist Work Group will make legislative, budgetary, and other recommendations that will strengthen the recruitment and retention of 911 specialists. I know that the Vice Chair and the members of this committee absolutely agree that 911 specialists are the lifeline for police, fire, and EMS personnel, but they're often overlooked on the important role they play in maintaining public safety. A 911 specialist is often the first emergency contact for the public in most life and death emergencies. Dispatchers receive frantic calls for help while remaining calm for the person in distress. They determine the nature and classification of the incident in order to provide life-saving services. They often give CPR instructions, calm individuals contemplating suicide, dispatch the call for service to police, fire, or EMS personnel, and even convince armed suspects to disarm prior to police arrival. Our 911 dispatchers and operators endure many of the same stresses our officers do, except they do not get closure. Once the cavalry arrives, they are already on to the next call, beginning the next life-saving mission. Holly Guskey, who is the 911 Division Chief for the Talbot County Department of Emergency Services, testified last week that recruiting 911 communication specialists has become increasingly difficult across the state of Maryland due to the high burnout rate, the stress and perception of being unsupported and undervalued, and the high number of hours on the on-the-job training they are required to complete before they're even considered for full-time 911 specialists. These issues impede the ability for the 911 specialist profession to recruit and retain dedicated people who are desperately needed at these posts. I wanted to point out that Senate Bill 1034 is co-sponsored by Senator Michael Jackson, Senate Pension Subcommittee Chair, and who's been involved in conversations on the LEOPS pension issue as well, and Senator Mike McKay, Chair of the Maryland General Assembly's Fire EMS Coalition. The bill is supported by the Maryland Firefighters Association, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services, System, MIMS, and other voting members of the Fire EMS Coalition. You're going to hear from two of my witnesses, Tanner Jones, who is the 911 Police Communications Supervisor for the Fruitland Police Department. And I appreciate the courtesy in being able to have us testify now so he can return to his post. And you're also going to hear from Bob Phillips from the Maryland Firefighters Association, but he's going to represent a family member's perspective. So I am asking for a swift and favorable report of Senate Bill 1034 to strengthen recruitment and retention of our Maryland's 911 specialists, the first responders for our first responders. Thank you.
Go ahead, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. First, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Richard Tanner Jones, and I'm a 911 Specialist Supervisor. I am here in support of Senate Bill 1034. The life and the job of a 911 specialist is often chaotic, stressful. Yes. Is this better? Okay. The life and job of a 911 specialist is often chaotic, stressful, and mentally taxing, but it was a job I was born to do. I can't imagine doing anything else. Countless hours of training, rotating shifts, missed family functions, birthdays, holidays, etc. If you ask any 911 specialist, they'll tell you we do not do this job to get rich. We do it because we love it. At 18 years old, I found a job that I was decent at with good benefits, and I was able to make retirement contributions. I'm fortunate to not have many calls that haunt me, so to speak. Others, however, are not as lucky. 911 specialists spend their career talking to people, often on the worst day of their lives. And when that call's over, another phone line rings and it gets answered. These calls can take a toll on you over the years, and some things you cannot unhear. In any career, retirement is the goal. You go to work, you do your best, and at the end of your years of service, you retire. As a 911 specialist under the current retirement, you will likely have to seek employment in another field altogether or at another agency just to make ends meet. Even though I'll have my 30 years of service at the age of 48, I'll have to work an additional 12 years for a total of 42 years worked in order to receive my full retirement benefits. Recruitment and retention for 911 specialists is extremely difficult for many reasons: the hiring process, vetting of candidates, length of training, nature of the calls, scheduling, etc. We also receive a lower end of the pay scale and a significantly lower retirement percentage compared to our colleagues in police, fire, and emergency medical services. We work the same shifts, the same calls, the same holidays, but we're not giving the same benefits as our coworkers. This would substantially increase the quality of lives for our retirees and our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Captain Phillips, it's good to see you.
Yes, thank you. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. My name is Bob Phillips. I'm a 45-year volunteer firefighter. I retired out as a chief after 45 years. But I'm here to represent my wife at the time. She was what we call dispatcher. 911 specialist is a better term because these people are specialists and they are special people. The worst day of a person's life, in the middle of a crisis, they call 911. This person answers. 911, how can I help you? Police, fire, or EMS? And that begins it. And they have to listen to whatever's going on. Pardon my getting a little emotional. But they have to be cool and calm. They have to talk people down from doing something terrible to themselves or to somebody else, or it's my house is on fire. What do I do? Well, in a calm voice, gather up your children and leave the house. People don't think about this, but this is what they do. The worst day of a person's life, they calm them down. And then they get to talk to them. That's a privilege. These people are in distress and they get to talk to them. They calm them down, they get them out, they take care of them. You've heard they talk them through CPR, trying to keep someone else alive. The whole time they're doing that, they're dispatching other people, talking to the other people. Hey, this is what's going on now. I've got them doing this, that, and the other. And then the cavalry arrives and the person on the other end says, oh, thank God they're here. Click. Then they have to deal with what happened. That's what I want to talk about. As I guess I won't get to talk about that, but let me say it's not pretty.
It's not pretty. And those of us who have heard the story before of your wife's service as one of the courageous 911 specialists who serviced under the headset made a huge difference in protecting people in our communities. And I'm so sorry for your loss and for the journey that she was on. So
thank you.
Thank you for being in our committee. And I'm sorry that there's not time to hear more of her story and yours, but we appreciate it. Are there questions?
I am available for questions.
Yeah. Are there questions for Senator Croza or either of her witnesses? Seeing none, that completes the hearing. Thank you, Senator Croza, for your leadership on this. That completes Senate Bill 1034, and it goes back to the chair.
Okay, we're gonna now transition topic-wise. We're gonna have some energy policy bills in the next 4 bills, some pretty significant weighty bills, and we're gonna start with Senator Hester on Senate Bill 570. And Senator, I'm gonna call up your sponsor panelists, Joel Novi, Michael McHale, Jamal Lewis, Molly Woods, and Charles Washington are the designated panelists. And then we do have a few additional witnesses after that. But we're going to start with your sponsor panel, and we'll take it from there. So Senator Hester, when you're ready, Senate Bill 570.
Thank you very much, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Before I get started, I just wanted to acknowledge this amazing panel that I have here. We have a utility, BGE. We have a union, Local 24, IBEW Local 24. We have a faith-based environmental group and the Office of People's Counsel. So this really is set up for success. If we can get all these people to agree, we're in a really good spot. Just by way of background, we've generally accepted that the state's climate goals will require us to electrify buildings. And this bill is a core piece of meeting our state goals. As we look towards this building electrification, there are 3 key issues we have to address if we wanted to get this right. Those are jobs, the grid, and equity. Equity is key to this bill because oftentimes people of higher income have easier access to tax credits, upfront capital, and resources to electrify their homes. And one thing what we have to do is to build policies that make sure that low-income people and communities are receiving the same kinds of investments that we are making. The second thing is jobs. There are many people who over the years have worked to keep us safe and warm in the gas industry. And when we transition towards electrification, we can't leave those people behind. We must create equivalent careers waiting for them and build on that transition. The third thing is the grid. We know that significant electrification will put a strain on the grid. And while there's differing opinions about what the strain will look like, what we know is we have to be more energy efficient, and geothermal is a fabulous way to do that. So what does this bill do? Well, there are 3 key issues that utilizing geothermal energy will help with. And specifically, this legislation engages a key portion of the Inflation Reduction Act to create community scale geothermal heating and cooling systems. It requires each gas company in the state to work with community organizations and municipal and county governments to identify pilot communities and propose these projects to the PSC. Based on a cost-benefit analysis and a neighborhood input, the PSC will then approve the pilots. The gas companies will be responsible for building the systems and collecting significant data once the projects are operational. Colleagues, geothermal has many, many benefits. First is efficiency. We know that geothermal is the most efficient way to heat and cool buildings. There's a recent study, which I included in my testimony from the Department of Energy, that finds that mass deployment of geothermal heating and cooling systems can electrify the building sector without overburdening the U.S. electric power grid. Significant reductions are realized in the needed power generation capacity, energy storage, transmission build-outs, seasonal capacity, and the cumulative system cost of electricity across the United States. There's a couple of examples that we've been looking at where the community energy use goes down 50% and the total saving, the total cost goes down even more. Second, this legislation offers a new business model for gas utilities. It relies 100% on clean energy and uses our existing pipeline workforce skills. There was a team that went to Massachusetts this year and looked at several case studies, including Eversource and National Grid. And they have pilot projects which will own the network geothermal system and will be rate-based in the same way their gas and electric assets are currently rate-based. These projects have broken ground and will come online in the next year. The third is community engagement. Network geothermal systems are the best opportunity for neighborhood scale shifts to fully electric heating and cooling. By operating at the neighborhood level, the state has the opportunity to implement projects that will really move the needle towards our 2031 and 2045 goals. These systems, as I mentioned, are already operating in other areas across the country and providing savings for institutions and residents. Lastly, this legislation includes a requirement. These pilot projects will be in neighborhoods with 80% low and moderate income residents and prioritize overburdened and underserved communities. The labor standards in this bill prioritize maintaining work for those who currently work on gas infrastructure and ensuring prevailing wages for construction on the projects. Because geothermal heat pump work is similar to gas distribution work, minimal additional training ensures job security. Workers on our gas system have kept us safe and warm for decades, and we need to ensure their job security in a new clean thermal energy system. There is one amendment which you all should have in your packets. The amendment addresses much of the concern raised by the other departments, and in particular, it does make a shift, which we will talk about in our testimony. And it removes the Maryland Environmental Services, from the bill, which simplifies, I think, that the contracting quite a bit. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to my panel.
Okay, you're the sponsor, so who do you want to go? Who do you want designate to go first?
Do you guys want to go first?
Okay,
Charles?
Charles Washington's got his light on, so Ms. Washington, you're going first. It's 2 minutes. Everybody's on a 2-minute clock.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Charles Washington here on behalf of BGE in support of Senate Bill 570, and looking forward to working with the committee and the sponsor to put together legislation that will deliver a really meaningful geothermal pilot to the citizens of Maryland. BGE supports an integrated energy delivery system where multiple sources of energy are combined to maximize customer choice while assisting the state in reaching its decarbonization goals at the lowest possible price. Beginning in 2022, BGE studied pathways to achieve Maryland's goals, and we became increasingly optimistic about network geothermal. Since then, we've visited and maintained close contact with gas companies executing geothermal pilots in Massachusetts and New York, and we've engaged an experienced consultant to help us evaluate what a network geothermal system could look like in Maryland. Where could we site it? What would it cost? Would people want it? Through this work and our engagement, we learned that network geothermal is cost competitive with other decarbonization options, including full building electrification. In addition, network geothermal mitigates concerns about the capacity of the grid on the hottest or the coldest days of the year because it does not contribute to peaks in the way that other solutions do. And with the 30% tax credits that are available under the Inflation Reduction Act until 2032, network geothermal projects move beyond just cost competitiveness into true cost effectiveness, where we expect the cost for a geothermal pilot for a grouping of properties to be less than the cost of other building electrification options.
BGE is supportive of this legislation because we've done our homework on this technology, and we believe it holds great promise for achieving the state's decarbonization goals without taxing the energy grid. And with the federal tax credits, now is the perfect time to execute this pilot. For that reason, we support this legislation and respectfully request a favorable committee report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, who was go next? Let's see who's aggressive at grabbing that mic. Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Keegan and members of the committee. My name is Mike McHale. I'm the business manager of IBW Local 24 in Baltimore and Frederick and Salisbury. The IBW represents 18,000 workers, the 12 local unions in the IBW. And of those, over 700 are gas workers between Baltimore Gas and Electric and Local 70, which is an outside installation local. I'm from an inside local that experienced massive job loss when the industrial base left Baltimore. And this bill has the possibility and the intent to make sure the gas workers in this industry maintain their jobs while providing climate mitigating the technology. The point about the technology that most folks may not realize, it's not brand new technology. It's new use of existing technology. So it's not experimental. It's a proven technology with efficiencies per Senator Hester's remarks of 600 to 800%, 6 to 8 times better than what air source heat pumps can do by themselves. I did go to Massachusetts and learned a lot there. And I will say, when you have the IBW, Baltimore Gas and Electric, faith-based communities supporting the same bill, it is a good bill. And I'm asking for a favorable report along with the amendment. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Molly Woods, Assistant People's Counsel here on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel in support of SB 570. OPC supports limited, well-designed pilot programs that explore technologies that have potential to benefit utility customers, as well as as the state moves to meet its climate goals. We believe this network geothermal pilot program meets that criteria. Aside from its potential to benefit customers, the technology provides a possible path forward for the state's gas utilities and workers as electrification technologies and climate policy reduce the state's dependence on natural gas. We are aware of other states implementing pilot programs and the literature that shows that the technology has promise, as it is highly efficient, as you've heard, reduces greenhouse gases, and may alleviate pressure on the electric system from electrification. The reporting and data collection that the bill requires will ensure that those of us who are engaged before the PSC have the information necessary to evaluate the technology. SB 570 has important consumer protection measures that are critical to our support. Among others, the pilot is limited in scope, provides that participating customers have support for work in their homes, limits costs to all ratepayers by maximizing the use of federal funds, prioritizes low and moderate income housing, allows customers to opt out, helps avoid costly gas pipe replacement work, and importantly, requires findings that the program is in the public interest and the interest of ratepayers. For these reasons, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we go? Tell us who you are.
Yeah, I'm Joelle Novi from Silver Spring, and it's one of my mottos that you know you're on the right track when you find a solution that solves more than one problem at the same time. Network geothermal is beautiful because it solves more than one of Maryland's problems. And as you heard, we could electrify at scale, cut climate pollution, and bring family supporting jobs to workers. The final piece of the Warmth Act puzzle are the residents whose homes would be networked together. Would they sign up? Yes. In the low and moderate income communities where my organization and Action in Montgomery are working, there is a groundswell of families eager to get their homes off gas. They understand the harms of gas burning because they're measuring the pollution themselves. This, senators, check this out. I brought it to show you. This is a gas detector, This is a detector we use to measure nitrogen oxide in gas burning kitchens. It's a respiratory irritant generated by gas burning stoves. The EPA's outdoor guideline for safe levels of NO2 is 100 parts per billion. Adama Haruna and colleagues at AIM have measured NO2 in over 300 kitchens at Cider Mill Apartments in Gaithersburg, Enclave High Rises in White Oak, and in Northwest Park's Garden Style Apartments. After her gas burning stove was on for 20 minutes, Ana Argueta measured NO2 at 434 parts per billion, 4 times the EPA limit. Adama says that many of the kitchens she tests reach unhealthy NO2 levels when the families cook, contributing to asthma and other breathing problems, especially for young and old. In December, Senator Feldman and I were among 400 folks who gathered at Good Hope United Methodist Church Sanctuary, and we held up NO2 readings from our kitchen tests, and a whole section of the room held up red signs with readings over 100. These communities want to provide healthy homes for their loved ones, and they see the gas burning appliances they're stuck with as an obstacle to that goal. If the Warmth Act pilot offers these families a chance to shift to healthier, more efficient, all-electric equipment, they would sign up. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see who else signed up here. Okay, well, we've got a couple of virtual witnesses, but let's take this panel. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to the 2 virtual witnesses. I see Brett Sproul from the, well, actually, let's go to Ms. Ania Camargo, and then we'll go to Brett Sproul, and then we'll take questions of you two. So why don't you go first, Ms. Camargo?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 570, or the Warmth Act. I'm the Thermal Networks Senior Manager at the Building Decarbonization Coalition, a national organization that unites stakeholders to decarbonize buildings. I'm also the president of the Board of HEAT, the nonprofit that pioneered the idea of utilities installing network geothermal, also known as thermal energy networks. I'm testifying today from Boston, Massachusetts, where Eversource Gas is installing the first utility-owned thermal energy network in the country. This project will go live in the spring, when it will provide heating and cooling to 140 customers in 37 buildings, including affordable housing, a fire station, and even a gas station. And this is just one of 5 utility-led pilots that have been approved in Massachusetts. A climate strategy that relies on electrifying one appliance and one house at a time is expensive, inefficient, inequitable, and slow. We need a planned, phased energy transition at neighborhood scale. States and communities across the country are recognizing thermal energy networks as the most efficient way to equitably transition utilities away from combusting fuels. For example, 4 states have already passed legislation allowing or mandating gas utilities to pilot thermal networks. 6 other states, including Maryland, are currently proposing similar legislation. New York utilities have filed 13 innovative pilots exploring different designs, energy sources, and ownership models. And 23 utilities across the country have formed a coalition to explore this technology. Communities, universities, and businesses nationwide have installed thermal networks to both decrease their emission and lower their energy bills. The Warmth Act provides a pathway for utilities and their workers to take advantage of this renewable energy source that is literally all around us and right beneath our feet. Please report favorably on Senate Bill 570 and allow utilities to innovate. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this virtual witness? Seeing none. Mr. Lewis, Jamal Lewis, I apologize. We missed you on the front end, so you get your 2 minutes. And again, you're signed up straight favorable.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a little lonely up here, but hi.
You're now the center of attention. Okay.
Thanks.
Does that make you feel better?
So much better.
Okay.
So much better.
Okay, you got your 2 minutes of fame here now. Okay.
Oh wait, amazing. Hi, I'm Jamal Lewis. I cover the Mid-Atlantic region for Rewiring America. We are the leading electrification nonprofit across the country, advocating for lower energy costs, for ways of addressing our climate crisis, and for healthier homes. A lot has already been covered already, so I'll be really targeted in my comments. Our organization exists because we believe that there are ways that individuals, like all of us in this room, have the power to address the climate crisis and also make decisions that lower our own energy costs and that promote healthy homes. Electrification is that solution. It is manifest in the form of electric heat pumps, induction stoves, heat pump water heaters. These are all highly efficient electric appliances that are about 2 to 3 times as efficient as gas appliances. That those result in, again, lower energy costs. Just over the last 2 years, heat pumps, which are ways of heating and cooling our homes, outsold gas appliances, and that trend is going to continue. So people are choosing these more efficient ways of heating and cooling. I will also say that the most common are air source heat pumps, and those are pulling heat and air from the ambient air, and those are highly efficient, but geothermal is even more efficient than that. Geothermal is 2 to 3 times more efficient in terms of how they can provide heating and cooling. And the network geothermal is actually even more efficient. So we're talking about the most efficient technology that's on the market, and everyone in Maryland deserves to have the best that's on the market. So I'll make that point. I'll also make the point that was kind of glossed over earlier. Because these machines are so efficient, particularly in the summer and the winter, they prevent the dirtiest sources of energy on our grid from having to come online, which lowers energy costs as well. I'll leave my comments there.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Lewis? Senator Brooks.
All right, thanks, Chair. I don't know whether this question should have been for the previous panel, but maybe the sponsor. I know there's the federal tax incentives, the IRA, for geothermal. Now, if BGE is providing that, doing the upfront, who's going to get the tax credit? Does that go to BGE, or will that be going to the homeowner?
It goes to whoever owns the machine, yeah,
Right.
or owns the system.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think that disclosure needs to be made. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Lewis? Okay, seeing none, we do have Brett Sproul here. I want to pick you up from the Public Service Commission, signed up favorable, which I will admit is somewhat rare. We don't get the PSC in here too often on that front. So, Mr. Sproul, you got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable, so it's all yours.
Great. Thank you, Chair Feldman, and good afternoon to the rest of the committee members. My name is Brett Sproul, and I'm an advisor for the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm here virtually today testifying for a favorable report on Senate Bill 570, otherwise known as the Warmth Act. This bill proposes to establish a commission-administered pilot program in Maryland that explores whether heat pump technology used in combination with a utility-owned network of heat exchange pipes can provide a cost-effective alternative to natural gas service or an alternative form of electrification. Geothermal energy is a unique energy source, and the pilot systems proposed in this bill have the potential to make great progress towards the attainment of the state's climate goals. We believe that these pilot programs could be quite successful if we take our time to develop them and learn from the states that have instituted similar programs like that of Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York. The Commission has a few small considerations for this bill included in our written testimony, but nonetheless requests a favorable report on SB 570. We are happy to work with the sponsors and staff moving forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. And thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
We do have a question from Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. I'm with you. I'm glad to see that Brett is here, and I'll ask you questions about this offline too. But I am curious, Brett, in that the way it looks like, how would you determine the use? I'm concerned about the use of general funds and the C funds. Like, how do you include that in these proposals? How would you do that?
And I can respond and get some information for you offline if you would like, Senator Augustine, because some of that answer also comes from information from the Maryland Energy Administration. So we can work offline to get you the exact process of how those funds are used.
How the plan is for that? Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Like, it's just sort of hanging out there. So thank you. Thank you.
Additional questions for Mr. Sproul? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, let's go to we have 2 final witnesses sign up favor with amendments. Hadley Anthony from the Maryland Department of the Environment And finally, Alex Pavlock also signed up favorable with amendments. So those are the two final witnesses on this bill, and then we'll go to Senator Elfreth next. So why don't we start Hadley from MDE? And why don't you tell us what kind of amendments you're contemplating or proffering here?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Hadley Anthony with the Maryland Department of the Environment, testifying in support with amendments on Senate Bill 570. I'll keep it brief. Heard a lot of climate talk here, so I just want to say this helps support our climate goals, reducing 60% greenhouse gas reductions compared to 2006 levels by 2031 and achieving net zero emissions by 2045. We think this technology here will help move us to those goals, and wanted to also emphasize that this bill includes language about environmental justice and prioritizing overburdened and underserved communities, which is a priority of the Maryland Department of the Environment. And so we're here today to support this bill with amendments that the Maryland Energy Administration has submitted. And so we follow their lead there and ask that you favorable with amendments report on Senate Bill 570. Thank you so much.
Let's go to Mr. Pavlock, and then we'll take questions.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to express an opinion here. My name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from Samaritan Park and the chairman of the Future of Energy Initiative. My advocacy is numbers. Show me that the numbers worked. My day job used to be to build systems for the Pentagon. Whenever we do something new, it never works according to plan. Something always comes up that you cannot possibly have anticipated, end up screwing up your program. The technology here is new. It's a good idea. I think we should be pursuing this, but it is a pilot program. Its purpose should be to gather data. In particular, the outstanding question I see is cost data, particularly the relationship between this approach of geothermal HVAC, heating and ventilating air conditioning versus air source heat pumps. Air source heat pumps will have be the preferred technology in a number of applications. This is likely to be a preferred technology in different applications. Where's the boundary? What's the data tell us about where this is a cost-effective mechanism? So my amendments are basically state the purpose. It's a pilot program. Everybody talked about pilots in the witness here, but I don't see that word in the bill. Reduce the scope a bit. You're not going to take over the world at this point. You need to see what the data is before you go on to a second stage and start expanding the number of installations. What I don't see here is a program office of any sort. This is complicated stuff. It's not like building roads or something we're used to doing every day. It's new stuff. And there needs to be a coordinating agency. In my world, it'd be a program office, but I don't see that in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions? We've got sponsor, Senator Hester has a question.
Mr. Chair, I was hoping I could answer the question that Senator Augustine asked. Is that possible?
Where do you want to?
I can do it offline. Okay.
Yeah, no, you can. Okay, that's, yeah, put it, yeah, we're on, I think this helped. Yeah, why don't you do that?
The beauty of this bill is it's taking a bunch of different, tax incentives and credits from multiple different places and just stacking them on top of each other. So the way I heard your question, you said, why are we taking money from the C fund? I don't see it as taking money for it. I see it as like taking that there's money that was going to be used for a specific purpose. And we're saying that we can use it in this specific way. So it's just saying, like, if you're going to eat an apple anyway, instead of eating an apple over here, we're eating it over here on this project.
Sure, but let's not go out of control here. One back and forth, and then we're going to go back.
No. Actually, it's actually just for the committee and for the chair, which is that I have been over here thinking about what are we asking out of the CEF, and just that we should be having these conversations as a whole. And that's really where my question is more so coming from. I mean, there are demands on the CEF
Right.
that are happening. And so we just need to be thinking about
Well,
it.
also, I'll
in this
just add,
context.
we do have the governor's office in the room here, and so that's part of the conversation. That's been, so I think I saw Mr. Lukey back there as well. But okay, so let's go back to this panel. Any questions for this panel? Okay, we've got Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. This is Mr. Pavlik. You approach it from a cost perspective, which is good. What do you, I think I read somewhere that the average, for the average home, a geothermal unit system would probably cost between $18,000 and $30,000, and then we consider the, I get, of course, net of the federal tax incentives. Yeah. So with a system like that, what do you think the payback period would be?
I'd be hesitant to speculate. The advantage here is a lot of the borehole costs are common, and you're distributing that among multiple residences. The direct comparison, it should be, there should be a tracking mechanism of some sort. Option A is air source heat pumps, option B is the geothermal. And under some conditions, one will work, under some conditions the other will work. They're both likely to be more costly than what we're doing today with fossil fuel, natural gas. If you take away the tax incentives, natural gas dominates the world. And we need to be careful about spending our resources developing things that can stand alone without the incentives.
I see. All right, thanks, Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 570, and we're going to next move to Senator Elfreth, who is in the room on Senate Bill 783. Senator Elfreth, and you're here as the sponsor, but you're also here as a representative of the Budget and Tax Committee, since this is jointly assigned. So when you're done testifying, you can actually grab a seat and you will be have standing to ask questions of witnesses in that regard. So we've got Kristen Harbison. I see Kristen in the back. This is your sponsor panel: Joshua Feldmark, Kristen King. We've got Robin Duda, Michael McHale. That's 5. I think that's your designated sponsor panel. We do have other witnesses, but we're going to start with the panel and then take it from there. So, Senator Elfreth, we're on Senate Bill 783.
Good afternoon, EEE Committee. Senator Sarah Elfreth here to present Senate Bill 783, the Brighter Tomorrow Act. We got a little cheeky with our bill titles this year for fun. I take it by the earlier bill that it is Energy Day, so I don't think I need to tell you how important our clean energy goals are. As you came into the first day of legislative session, I think you saw the impact of climate change right here in our capital city. We had the 3rd highest flood of record, and that is our third highest flood of record since I have been senator. So we are experiencing climate change in real time right here in District 30 and in Maryland, and our critical renewable energy goals set forth by this General Assembly in 2019, again with CEJA, with the greenhouse gas reduction goals just 2 years ago, incredibly ambitious, critical goals for the entire state. I approached what is Senate Bill 783 from kind of the lens as a member of the Budget and Taxation Committee. We set these goals a few years back. We are not on pace to meet them, as you heard throughout the day, and I'll dive into a little bit of some of the pressures specific to solar as to why we are not meeting them. But from my lens on the B&T Committee, every year it seemed a different sector of the solar industry came to Budget and Tax seeking their own tax carve out. And the committee got a little bit sick of this and decided we should probably have a more strategic approach to thinking about incentives for the solar industry than these kind of one-off tax credit bills every year. And then working with some folks in the House, we decided we should broaden that to not just tax incentives, but other energy incentives that this committee knows very well and works hard on. So because we are only on pace to reach about 7% solar energy by 2030, when we were supposed to meet 14.5%. So we're only on pace to maybe meet half of what our goal was. Again, pressures such as inflation, labor costs. Certainly the pandemic was not anticipated when we passed that in 2019. We are just not going to meet these goals. And we also, again, don't really possess a strategic plan for how to do it. Based on that, this committee and the General Assembly passed the Solar Incentives Task Force this last year. Senator Brooks and I served on that, and we're at every meeting. That brought together every sector of the solar industry, organized labor, the business community, local governments, environmental advocates, legislators, and state agencies who touch this. And this bill is the result of that work. It's going to do a couple of things, Mr. Chair. I'm going to run through them and then take a deeper dive. Number one, it provides for an SREC multiplier for preferred siting. It restructures the personal property tax and also does a little bit with payment in lieu of taxes. It extends a sunset for tax incentives for certain projects serving low and moderate income communities in Maryland. It raises the net metering cap, aggregate net metering cap, to increase community shared solar generation. It makes sure we can meet our goals without leaving anyone behind, particularly when it comes to our friends in organized labor, by in taking the federal standards for prevailing wage and layering them onto every large scale solar project here in Maryland, so that we can in fact pay family sustaining wages to the folks who work on these projects and meet our goals at the same time. And all of this, Mr. Chair, we had every time we met, Director Pinsky always started the meetings off with, we are working with limited budget capacity, both at the state level and certainly in our local governments as well. And we also always want to make sure we are limiting impact on ratepayers, because we want to reach our goals, but we don't want to have undue negative impact on ratepayers in Maryland. So all of these solutions taken together, we believe will move the needle forward. They are innovative, they're strategic, and they're really meant to kind of tilt us back towards the built environment. Because another pressure that we're experiencing in the market is that instead of having a rooftop solar on every large building, which I think is every one of our goals, there shouldn't exist, I'll just pick an IKEA that does not have a rooftop solar array helping to offset its impact. Instead, our neighbors just south to Virginia are experiencing wide-scale deforestation. I'm talking about tens of thousands of acres of deforestation to put up solar arrays. I don't believe that's a trade-off that we need to make here in Maryland. And so the incentives, targeted, narrow, strategic, are really going to tilt us back towards the built environment. So I'll dive in to the SREC multiplier, which I was not, I'll just say, Mr. Chair, we've had this conversation, I didn't understand and I was not a fan of for most of the work of the task force until I saw it visually. And you have a couple of visual aids in your testimony that I would point you to, but SRECs, I know, Madam Vice Chair, you would like me to break that acronym down. Solar Renewable Energy Credit. Okay, these are performance-based incentives which allow solar projects to apply energy generated towards their renewable energy portfolio requirements. These prices are fluctuate with supply and demand, and as well as what's called the alternative compliance payment, the ACP rate, that I know this committee knows well. I hadn't realized until I saw it visually, the ACP is set to step down starting next year and significantly thereafter. So if I'm a renewable energy investor in Maryland or across the state, I look at Maryland's market and I wonder why I should make investments in this industry when the ACP is stepping down and there's less capacity to fund these projects. So that's when I finally saw it visually. Again, I point you to your testimony. The need for a short-term solution while we figure out a longer-term solution as it comes to SRECs and ACP is really important in order to keep the market afloat and hopefully reach our 14.5% goal in 2030. So what Senate Bill 783 does, it establishes this temporary multiplier to recruit and effectively incentivize priority solar development. What I love about this multiplier, it doesn't treat all solar equally as our current system does, because not all solar projects are equally easy or hard to build. Parking canopy solar is incredibly expensive. The margins of that are very thin. much more difficult to build than, let's say, utility scale that's very close to an interconnection line. They're just not the same thing, yet our current system treats them equally. What this proposal does is it separates them out and narrowly targets the harder to build projects that I think are important for a number of reasons. They're going to be faster to build because mostly they're already, the permitting is going to be much easier within the built environment than outside of the built environment. It's going to be closer from a resilience standpoint, closer our energy generation to the people who actually utilize it. So again, as someone who represents a district constantly cut off because of natural disasters from power lines, generating energy, storing it in communities closer where people use it is incredibly important as we experience the impacts of climate change more and more. And it also has some guardrails to make sure our market is not flooded as a result of this temporary multiplier. So it's very much a bridge. That's gonna be explained a little more by people who understand it better than I do, but that's kind of the basis for it. Next comes the tax components, which frankly were the easiest part of the whole package to figure out. And I want to particularly thank our local government partners for being solutions oriented. But what the Brighter Tomorrow Act does is going to take, as folks may know, not every county, but most counties apply a personal property tax to the equipment itself. And so what this bill says, it's going to eliminate personal property taxes for commercial rooftop and parking canopy structures. This is unrealized tax revenue at the moment because these are just not being built. So I think our local government partners would agree this is not a loss of revenue because especially with an amendment, we're going to make sure we're talking about only future built projects, not currently built projects. This is unrealized revenue, and it's critically important to just pencil, make the numbers work, a little bit more wiggle room on the margins to get these structures up and running. It also enables local governments, and we're still working through the mechanism, but I think we'd be the first in the country, enables local governments to actually get really innovative with their tax structure as it comes to parking canopies. Again, the hardest things to build. And then lastly, to make all the math work, we would move from personal property, real property, and energy taxes on all utility scale to a payment in lieu of taxes instead. So create consistency across the state for the ground mounted projects. We came in at a relatively high number, Mr. Chair. Virginia did this at 1,400. So instead of taxing the land, it taxes the power generated. Virginia is at $1,400 per megawatt. We came in higher at $2,500 per megawatt, which is I think a really good deal for our local governments and again, help them make the math work. And the bill also extends, there's two current property tax exemptions related to low and moderate income solar generation or generation that's going to go to households in low and moderate income communities. That is set to sunset in 2025. Not enough of those projects have been built. And so the bill simply extends that sunset out to 2030, which I think is incredibly important to make sure everybody has access to renewable energy. This is particularly important. You're going to hear from TradePoint Atlantic today. I think an incredible success story here in Maryland, who I just so happen to be talking to you all about your plans in the bill. And you said, wouldn't it be great if we put solar on every one of our large roofs? And I said, well, we have a bill just for that. That's going to help make that pencil. So it is very much going to help the business community make those projects work. Next, we are raising the aggregate net metering cap. And this, to my understanding, currently at 2 megawatts, we're raising it to 5 megawatts. That's going to ensure that we are more efficient and particularly help our government partners and our nonprofit partners generate and participate in renewable energy. The bill also, again, want to make sure we're not leaving anybody behind. There's no reason these jobs created should not be and cannot be good, family sustaining, paying jobs. And so we want to make sure the federal prevailing wage rules under recent federal legislation, if for whatever reason that were to go away, here in Maryland, we're going to codify that and make sure every large project that's 1 megawatt or above has those worker protections in them. And I want to thank in particular IBEW and the AFL-CIO for attending every meeting and making sure the voices of their members were heard. I will end it there, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty comprehensive bill. Taken together, is it going to solve the problem? I'm not sure, but it's going to get us a whole heck of a lot closer to meeting our ambitious goals. There's going to be a consensus amendment, Mr. Chair, as I try my best to bring EEE when we have this many stakeholders who care about an issue. We were working through that. We spent time with Maryland Energy Association administration yesterday to work through and make sure we are narrowing this bill to get at what we want, which is how do we incentivize more solar where we want it? And so I look forward to bringing that consensus amendment to this committee for your consideration. Again, our goals are very simple. How do we reach our 2030 goals and beyond 2030? Do it in a strategic, narrow, concerted way, and make sure we're limiting our impact on local government partners and limiting our impact on ratepayers. And I believe with the passage of the Brighter Tomorrow Act, we can do just that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah Elfreth, for all your work on this piece of legislation. Who would you like to, you pick, you're the sponsor. Who do you want to speak next?
I'll go to Mr. Feldmar.
Okay, Mr. Feldmar.
Mr. Chair.
Just remind everybody, you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, each of you, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Feldmark. I'm here on behalf of CI Renewables, a commercial industrial solar development company headquartered and operating in Maryland. Since the RPS rec process is pretty messy and complicated for folks who do not spend every waking moment of their lives thinking about it, I thought it might be worth spending a hot minute just sort of basically walking through it. State government, as you know, through previous legislation, set a renewable portfolio standard for Maryland that set the amount of renewables, and then a percentage of that is cut out and allocated for solar. From that percentage, renewable energy credits, or SRECs, are created. In the current system, it's 1 REC equals 1,000 kilowatt hours. Electricity suppliers are then required by law to show X% of their generation comes from solar, either by building or owning projects or through buying RECs from independent power providers. When there are not enough RECs in the system to be bought, suppliers pay into an alternative compliance payment fund. The price they pay for the ACP is also set by law, and in 2022, Maryland was 45% under our RPS solar carve-out, which means the money went into the ACP fund and not into the intended place of the program, which is directly helping generate new megawatts of solar. And it is in this gap between what the solar carve-out dictates and the reality of what is being built that this multiplier program lives. This bill creates the incentives over the next few years to help us eliminate this gap between plan and reality, and it does so with 3 goals. No additional ratepayer impact. 2, it creates the right incentives to build solar where this body and most of Maryland has said we prefer it: rooftops, parking lots, brownfields, and saving large amounts of green space and ag land. And it does it in a way that supports Maryland labor, develops long-term careers for Marylanders, and jumpstarts the entire market so that we can reach our 14.5% solar carve-out. For that reason, I urge a favorable report.
Okay, Mr. Feldmark, why don't you hand that to Ms. Harbison right there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Harbison. I'm the political director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here in strong support of SB 83, the Brighter Tomorrow Act. We are grateful to Senator Elfreth for her continued and enduring leadership on this issue. As you all remember, in 2019, thanks to the sponsorship of Chair Feldman and the leadership of so many on this committee, we passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act, which set these goals of 50% renewable energy by the year 2030, with that magic 14.5% carve out for solar. And as you've heard, we are not hitting those goals. We need to redouble our efforts to meet to deploy solar to meet those goals, let alone the goals that have been the additional commitments led by the Moore-Miller administration to receive 100% clean energy by the year 2035. We can absolutely reach those goals, but we need to do more to do it. And this bill takes a step to do that. We are here in strong support of this legislation because we believe that it provides us targeted and strategic investment in addressing the specific financial challenges faced by small projects less than 5 megawatts. The bill does not solve solar. It does not solve all the issues that are facing the solar industry. However, we believe it is a critical and measurable substantive first step. The provisions of this bill came out of discussions held by the Solar Incentives Task Force, which had representation from a broad cross-section of interests. And the committee should consider the testimony that you're about to hear in favor that reflects the evidence of the thoughtful and considered and balanced considerations that led to these recommendations. There are people who are in favor of this bill together who are not usually on the same side. Maryland LCV strongly urges a favorable report, which is one of our top priority bills. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go down the table.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and committee members. My name is Kristen King and I represent Trade Point Atlantic, the owner, manager, and developer of Sparrows Point, the former home of Bethlehem Steel in Southeast Baltimore County. We respectfully submit this testimony in favor of the Brighter Tomorrow Act. Since 2014, Trade Point Atlantic has taken on the challenge to clean up and remediate the environmental impacts of a century of steel making at the point, for redevelopment into what is today a thriving global center of excellence as a leading tri-modal transportation, distribution, manufacturing, and logistics hub with over 50 world-class tenant companies that directly employ over 13,000 Marylanders. We believe that the Brighter Tomorrow Act will properly incentivize the development of rooftop solar production to help Maryland achieve its renewable energy production and carbon reduction goals. With over 14 million square feet of large-scale industrial facilities in place and more planned, Trade Point Atlantic is actively considering a rooftop solar energy program to support our sustainability goals. This program will greatly enhance those efforts and further encourage larger installations of on-site green energy production. Trade Point Atlantic is also considering on-site solar energy generation to sustainably power the planned Sparrows Point container terminal, an all-new, fully electric 163-acre container terminal that will significantly expand the capacity of the Port of Baltimore. The Brighter Tomorrow Act will help make this plan a reality through the exemption of personal property taxes and by further incentivizing rooftop solar projects over greenfield projects with the doubling of solar renewable energy credits to 200%, a provision that promotes sustainable development strategies for solar. This bill is a smart investment by the state of Maryland that will help align businesses with good policy to achieve the state's clean energy and carbon reduction goals so future generations of Marylanders can enjoy a brighter tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Robin Dutta, and I'm the Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We're a regional trade association of solar and energy storage companies with a region that spans Maryland, DC, and Virginia. I'm here to testify favorably, on SB 783. First, I'd like to thank the committee for all of your hard work around clean energy and solar policy, and especially Senator Elfreth here for taking the bull by the horns. As everyone here knows, tackling solar policy is always complicated and burdensome, and we appreciate all of your efforts in putting in the sweat equity. To not repeat my colleagues up here, I'll make a few highlighted points in my written testimonies in front of you. One, to talk about the urgency of making sure that we deploy as much solar in as much of the state as is possible. When we are talking so much about, and with the amount of federal legislation that's encouraging people to electrify their homes and electrify the way that they move around, such as in adopting electric vehicles, we are changing the way that we're consuming electricity and what we are asking of the electric grid. And for that reason, it's important that we have generation on the built environment, wholesale generation of solar, and making sure that we kind of take an all of the above strategy, not just on clean energy, but on all the different types of solar. And as Senator Elfreth mentioned, you have different headwinds and you have different challenges to deploy different kinds of solar. Now, they all bring different types of benefits, and put all together, when you have mainstream adoption of generation sources like solar and storage, you can unlock a lower cost path and even the lowest cost path possible to get to 100% clean energy. That's going to allow for our grid of the future that we're going to ask so much more of to be more affordable, to be more resilient, and to be more reliable. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our final witness on this panel, sir. Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. I was introduced at the last panel, so I'll kind of cut to the chase. My name is White McHale. I'm the business manager of IBW Local 24 in Baltimore. I'm a 39-year electrician. I'm a master electrician. In my career, 32 years of that were out in the field. And it's kind of funny. I worked at the point when it was a steel mill. So it's kind of a homecoming for me when we see new energy come into places where we used to work. We used to keep 200 people busy a year, every year round down there. So it's not going to come as any surprise to the panel that a labor guy is in favor of prevailing wage. I really don't think that's going to be a shocker. But what I would like to approach this from is the prevailing wage statutes also encourage apprenticeship. And registered apprenticeships are a big deal and a path to the middle class. And through registered apprenticeships, we can teach many people how to do this work. And for that reason, I would encourage a favorable report with amendments for SB 783. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's go to first to Senator Watson.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this, Senator Elfers. A couple quick questions. This made me do some real homework. Back in 2021, Senator Peters and I passed that net energy metering bill related to contiguous properties. Back then, our goal, I guess, was 1,500 megawatts, and we were at 823, and now I see that we've increased it to 3,000. Right? Where are we at with respect to the 3,000? Because you had mentioned we were not meeting our goals, but yet we increased that threshold.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Lamora. Thank you for that question. I am not the net metering expert on the panel, so I might phone a friend, but I would say we are not meeting our goals in any of the categories that we discussed. And so I'm not sure if Josh, you're the better person to talk about net metering.
You can get back to me if you can.
Yeah, I think I know, but I would rather say when I know,
Okay.
if that makes sense, than
Okay, so
be wrong.
Okay. How do you define aggregate? That's used in the
So aggregate net metering is a slightly separate process from net metering. Essentially, what it means is that while net metering is behind the meter, and so it's systems like on site, aggregate net meters, which are only available to governments and nonprofits, exist off site, and then they pump into the grid. They put electricity into the grid, and then the offsite nonprofit or government then collects energy from the grid, and then on the magic spreadsheet, it's considered the same power.
So I have this crazy idea, and I'm so happy to hear that we really want to not deforest Maryland and preserve some of our ag. My goal was always to put a crazy bill in next session that puts solar on every school building, because those are the flat buildings, nobody sees it, and right now we just have the cell towers. How would a local jurisdiction geographically dispersed with all these little small projects on rooftops of schools, does that have any impact with this bill?
It is precisely aggregate net metering that will make that possible. And I'll go by way of example. The Howard County government a few years ago signed with CI Renewables a power purchase agreement. They have 30 plus megawatts of solar. Now they have 2 car canopies. They have 6 or 7 rooftop on their major buildings. They could not afford that because it was too expensive compared to what they were currently paying. So using the aggregate net meter program, we took a half a dozen off-site projects and they became the buyers of that, which bought down the price so then they could afford all of those rooftop and all of those car canopy programs. It is the off-site aggregate net meter program that makes it economically feasible for these jurisdictions to do it and not pay extra for power.
Okay, and last question, when Peters and I, expanded that, we still have a boatload of land. So if that location wanted to add additional capacity, is that additional capacity taxed at a different rate than what is current? And what's currently there, do they get grandfathered into the new rate? No, you said it was new stuff, right?
Yeah, with our consensus amendment, we want to make sure we're fair to our local governments. They've given put a lot on the table. So we want to make sure we're only talking about newly built projects moving forward, both from to your point about personal property tax exemption and the pilot, we're only talking about future built projects.
Even if it sits on adjacent to an existing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hester.
Thank you. I just had I had a net metering question also. And so Josh, if you want to get back to us with an answer, but the question was, we're raising it from 2 to 5 megawatts. Why stop at 5 and not 10?
We would certainly, we would be happy as the developer going much further. I think it's just in terms of the entirety of the system. And I think you see from PSC and from the utilities that that growing it beyond that in terms of the administration of that program and in terms of potentially hitting the net meter cap, that they are uncomfortable with going beyond that.
So there was a conversation about what's the good number,
Mhm.
and the department said 5 is good.
Yeah, well, and the number 5 also came from moving it in parallel to where the community solar project, they grew from 2 to 5 as their cap. And so this just felt like it made it synchronous. That's not at all the word, but you get it.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, if I might.
And I would just note that later we'll have Brett Sproul from the PSC. We might want to throw that
Ask
his
him.
way.
Fabulous.
Yeah, but back to you.
So my question is for the sponsor, and she can also have anybody else chime in. But you know, I think that you've done a phenomenal job with this work group, commission, whatever it was. And as you know, last year I thought maybe we could add solar sighting to this. And I'd also like to thank LCB for their, and Kristen in particular, for her hard work on solar sighting. So my question is this. There's a certain opposition to a bill that I have about creating a work group for solar sighting. Do you guys think a work group is a good way to bring a good bill to the floor? And is a work group on solar sighting a good idea based on your experience with this work group?
I would say absolutely. We had a little bit of a late start. We didn't really get started until August. And by that point, you can only have so many meetings and put so much on the table. But at the end of the day, we were all solutions oriented and all focused on, we have to do something. There's an urgency of the moment. And to your point on citing, this incentives piece is just one side of it. We are not going to meet our goals if we don't wholesale tackle citing and permitting. And I think you're going to hear from some folks from the utility scale here today, where frankly, a lot of their finances pencil at the moment, which is why they're not as represented in this bill as I think maybe some folks might like. Their challenges are really, as you know, Senator, the citing and the permitting and the very long waits in the queue for many different pressures and reasons. And so I think we have to do it's a yes and we have to do this, and we have to work on citing and permitting and bringing everybody to the table, and again balancing local government concerns, which is really important. So I really look forward to working with the utility scale and you in the interim to tackle that one
With a formal work group.
with a formal work group.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much. And again, Senator Elfreth, if you want to stick around, you have a seat over there because you are representing the Budget and Tax Committee on this bill. I'm gonna call up some other favorables. Jason Weintraub, I see Jason in the back, Josh Tolkien and Tom Ballantyne. And then we have one virtual witness, Kelly Buchanan, who I see on the queue. Those will be the favorables. Then we're going to move to a panel of the unfavorables. So gentlemen, why don't you both take a seat? You're going to all three be on the 2-minute clock. Mr. Weintraub, why don't you lead off since I called you first, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of Solar Landscape in strong support of Senate Bill 783. Solar Landscape is a community solar developer that specializes on commercial and industrial rooftops. They have 50 million square feet leased nationwide and over 50 projects underway here in Maryland. I would say that this bill is the unique bill that brings multiple different stakeholders together and allows solar projects to move forward here in the state of Maryland. You heard a bunch of the reasons why this bill is needed. It allows us to build more projects on rooftops in urban environments. We stand here strongly supportive of the bill. We thank Senator Elfreth for her hard work getting everybody together. We urge a favorable report.
Okay, Mr. Ballantyne.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in support of Senate Bill 783. Our members and their customers have corporate sustainability and building performance goals that under the right circumstances can be met through rooftop solar and on-site solar installations. At the building level, there are a range of financial and operational considerations that affect the feasibility of rooftop solar projects. And as you can tell from the sponsor panel, finding the right balance point in solar policymaking requires managing an even wider set of variables related to the needs of the owners and tenants of host buildings, solar providers, utility operators, and ratepayers. We think that Senate Bill 783 does a number of productive things. It counters the scheduled decline in the price of solar credits by applying the credit multiplier that you heard about a few minutes ago. Increases the size of on-site solar systems, creating tax exemptions for equipment and related real estate. Help to make these projects pencil, improve their project economics. The changes balance the needs of various stakeholders and improve the value proposition in ways that have the potential to reinvigorate the market and accelerate the installation of small solar generating facilities. So for those reasons, we are here in support and respectfully request your favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tolkien.
Thank you very much. Josh Tolkien with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters, we urge a favorable report. We really appreciate Senator Elfreth for bringing this bill forward and for the chair and the committee for their historic work on advancing our clean energy goals. I'm going to focus specifically on the REC multiplier. Last year, as part of the Solar Task Force, Sierra Club commissioned a study with a company, Solar Energy Advantage, looking at the progress on solar deployment in more than a dozen states and what the innovative strategies they were employing were. The number one outcome of that was the importance of differentiated strategies, figuring out how to incentivize rooftop, commercial, industrial, community, low-income projects in solar to have a really good mix of different projects coming in. It brings grid benefits by deploying solar in a more distributed way across the entire grid. It ensures that we're incentivizing solar in lots of different environments, urban, rural, suburban, across counties, making sure that the distributed economic benefits of solar are felt by all of the counties. This bill will accelerate our solar deployment with more of our fossil fuel generation coming offline, and that is set in motion right now. We do need to make sure to be accelerating our renewable energy deployment on pace to ensure a sustainable grid. This bill will help in that direction. We strongly support it. It's one of Sierra Club's priorities. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions for the three favorable panelists? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to go to our final witness on the favorable side of things virtually, Kelly Buchanan. Ms. Buchanan, we see you. You're going to be on the 2-minute clock and got to unmute yourself there. Okay, it's all yours. 2 minutes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Buchanan, and I am a Policy and Strategy Manager with Lightstar Renewables, which is a community solar developer based out of Boston with a specialty in agrivoltaics. In Maryland, we have about 47 megawatts of agrivoltaics under development, and I am here today in general support of Senate Bill 783 because primarily it makes helpful revisions to solar policy in Maryland. But I'll be commenting specifically on the provision to extend the personal property tax exemption for preferred siting community solar, including agrivoltaics, to 2030, which we see as quite essential. To our knowledge, no projects have been able to benefit from the agrivoltaics exemption to date, and the current deadline for getting applications to assessors for that exemption is December of 2024. Unfortunately, developers are not able to meet the 2024 deadline because the timeline for the exemption does not line up with the opening of the permanent community solar program on January the 1st, 2025. So we would not be able to apply with the assessors until we get our permits, and frankly, many of our projects are still in the initial stages of examining viability and awaiting both CPCN and local site approval processes, for which a single 2.5 megawatt project in Maryland can take up to 28 months to achieve those items. Comparatively, in New York and New Jersey, those similar processes take about 18 months on average. For additional context and detail, preparing for county permitting or the CPCN process takes from about 6 to 9 months, while the CPCN process itself takes around 10 months, and that's without any appeals. After going through CPCN, we would then go back to the counties for site plan approval, and we estimate that this would take about 6 additional months. So extending this incentive for preferred siting would enable developers to choose agrivoltaics and to obtain the exemption in particular, and we see that as a key opportunity for encouraging preferred siting practices in Maryland. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Buchanan. Any questions for the virtual witness? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to go now to a panel of unfavorables. I'm going to call you all up. Michael Volpe, Morris Cyphers, Kevin Canali, Dominic Butchko, and Evan Vaughn. It's a panel of 5, and then we're going to end with Mr. Sproul from the Public Service Commission, who's here just for information purposes. But this is the full panel of the unfavorables, and then we'll go to take questions, and we'll go to Mr. Sproul to close things out. Okay, Mr. Canali, why don't you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Kevin Canali here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties. We're signed up in opposition. I want to put some context behind that. First, I want to thank Senator Elfreth. She's done incredible work on this bill, and we were working hand in hand on the bill. I thought we were in a really good place until we had one county who showed up and said, hey, we got $8,000 a megawatt. And that kind of just threw everything into a loop. So we want to still continue trying to work on this. We want to find a way to counterbalance the other provisions in the bill that exempt the commercial rooftop solar from the personal property tax. But by no means are we finished. We want to continue the conversation with the senator. Again, I want to praise her for her effort, and we look forward to those conversations. So unfortunately, we'd ask for an unfavorable report at this point. We're hoping that we can move in the other direction.
Okay, let's just go down the table. Sir?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Evan Vaughn. I'm Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. So we represent utility scale solar developers here in Maryland. We are also regretfully opposed to the bill for the moment, although we are very open to finding a solution. The growth of Maryland solar has been anemic across all of the sectors. Utility scale is not exempt from that. If you look at the megawatt numbers installed, it tracks in terms of its anemic growth with the other sectors. The task force, and I commend Senator Elfreth for leading that, it voted on needing a Band-Aid policy to get us to RPS reform. And it did not specify what exactly that Band-Aid would look like. Clearly, this legislation is that Band-Aid, or the bridge, if you will. Reallocating the incentive, as we would like to ask for, to include utility scale, we see as an insurance policy for some of the projects, real projects in the state that could fail without some level of additional support due to inflation, rising cost of capital, all the things you've heard. One of our fundamental concerns with the bill is that there is a small risk of oversupply due to the multiplier concept. And so right now, because the bill doesn't provide any kind of incentive for utility scale, it creates a situation where we're bearing some risk from the multipliers, but there's no potential support for the projects. And it's acceptable, I think, if this is the will of the legislature to, let those businesses face those risks. But the key thing is that those projects are in the PJM queue. If they are lost, if they do not reach financial close, the state is set back for 5 years, or probably more like 10 years before those projects could get replaced, because those queue interconnection rights will exhaust and expire, and those projects will die. So that is the policy choice that's before the committee and the legislature, and I thank you for our time.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Mike Volpe on behalf of Open Road Renewables. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone for your support of the clean energy economy in Maryland. Decarbonizing the grid matters a lot to you guys and to us. I personally have been developing solar projects in Maryland for over a decade. And starting in 2016, 8 years ago, we started investing in utility scale projects based upon the hope and belief that the cost would decline to a point where the projects would sufficiently pencil. While the bill is well-intentioned, it's built on a central faulty premise. You heard the bill sponsors say that utility scale projects pencil. If you look at the utility scale projects that have gone through the CPCN process, every single project that has gone through the CPCN process has requested an extension of the CPCN permit. Every single project has said we can't achieve construction start. Fortunately, the PSC and members who administer the CPCN have been generous to say, I understand there are delays, but there's a binding agreement between the project, PJM, and the transmission owner called an interconnection services agreement that has milestone dates in Section 6 of the ISA, that if those milestone dates are not achieved, the interconnection services agreement is in breach and the project will die. the project never comes back. We have worked extremely hard over the last few months to find an industry-wide compromise that reallocates the multiplier megawatts. And we hope that through the days and weeks ahead, there will be the opportunity to continue working with stakeholders who have an interest to find a way to ensure that all solar market segments in Maryland flourish as a result of this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cyphers.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Morris Cyphers here with the American Clean Power Association. I think I echo the sentiments that kicked off our panel. Unfortunate opposition. It's the bill in its current posture. I do want to commend Senator Elfreth. She's been a real leader on this issue, making sure that we deploy solar in a way that's smart, that works for our communities, and that gets us to our goals. But as you've heard previously, our deployment on the solar front continues to languish. It continues to be a little bit too slow. And I think the MEA task force that was established by legislation last year did a really excellent job of bringing stakeholders together. We had substantive conversations about permitting, about taxation, and about incentives. And unfortunately, this bill cherry picks from those ultimate recommendations. And it really favors rooftop and community solar. And those are sectors which already enjoy incentives on top of the SREC program. So that sort of goes above and beyond. And so exemption of utility scale is in our mind and on behalf of my members, I think just not the way to go, not the way for us to really meet our goals. Utility scale solar is still the most cost-effective way to build solar, and it's going to be a key component to meeting our 2030 RPS goals. So adopting policies like these that edge out utility scale may not address the undersupply of our SREC market. It is not consistent with the MEA task force recommendations. It's not consistent with our state's carbon reduction goals or our clean energy goals. So for those reasons, we are going to oppose today. Thank you.
Okay, before I take questions, is Mako going to be testifying? You, Dom, you signed up. Okay. I'm sorry, Kevin, you got it covered. I apologize. Okay. So that concludes the testimony. Are there questions? We've got Senator Hester has questions for this particular panel.
Thank you. I have two questions, and I think I'd start with Mr. Vaughn unless somebody else wants to take them. But my first question is, you mentioned, the delays. It's my understanding that most of the delays are on the PGM side, and I don't really understand how you can be faulting this bill for slowing things down. So that's my first question. And then my second question is, I understand that in Garrett County, they recently started a 170 megawatt utility scale project, and that's working out financially. It's financially viable. So I'm having a hard time understanding, where you're really hurting financially, that you need more subsidies from the state.
Sure, those are great and reasonable questions, Senator. I'm going to start, and then my colleague Mike will fill in some. So the challenge at the PJM level, what we're not saying is that this bill is going to delay projects. So I realize it may have sounded that way in my testimony, but what will happen is if these projects that are in the queue that have their positions, that have the signed interconnection agreements, do not reach financial close and start construction within a certain period of time, then those projects, if they have their agreements expire, have to start all the way over again. And that's just not going to happen because it could take 10 years for them to get back through that process. So it's more about if those projects don't reach financial close, their attrition out of the PJM queue as opposed to actually slowing them down per se. And then on the second point, Mike will speak to this in more detail, but that project out in Garrett County had offtake from Amazon. And so it's likely, I don't know the contractual nature of their agreement, but it's likely that they had an above market rate to some degree, which I think explains why they were able to pencil.
Let me clarify my question. I mean, you both said that you're experiencing financial hardships. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. This is Mike Volpe on behalf of Open Road. So let's start with the first question of the source of the delays and the consequence of the delays. The source of the delays are a result of PJM study process and COVID-19. The consequence of the delays are that we are getting further in time down the ACP schedule. And when you get further down the line on the ACP schedule, the value of the environmental attributes is lower than if a project was financed in 2021, 2022, 2023. And what has happened is we've had a really unfortunate confluence of events of delays on the project side and a declining ACP curve. And at this point, there are projects that are permitted, that have their interconnection services agreement, that are at risk of dying on the vine because the project economics cannot be supported by the state policy. There is one utility scale project under construction. It is the CPV backbone project in Garrett County. That project is not relying on the state RPS for its financing. It is relying on Amazon buying the energy and the RECs. There is not a single utility scale project under construction today that is benefiting from the RPS. And all of the projects that were invested in over the last 7, 8, 10 years are at risk of dying. And when they die, they don't come back. And we're not going to meet our clean energy goals. That's why it's such a dire situation. Thank you.
Let's go to the sponsor, Senator Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the panelists for being here. You know, I think we're all always trying to achieve balance and achieve as many what we call co-benefits as possible. So not just renewable energy, but also renewable energy for the communities that need it most, like low and moderate income, or renewable energy with agrivoltaics. So we are also, you know, regenerating the ground. So my question is, the bill provides for greater exemptions for those two. Is there any reason that you couldn't pivot and target the energy you're generating towards low and moderate income households here in Maryland who really need it the most and receive that tax benefit, or using agrivoltaics? Is there any reason you couldn't help us achieve some co-benefits we are seeking as a state and achieve that balance?
We love the idea of co-benefits, and we think agrivoltaics is a very interesting use, dual use, multi-use, all the ecosystem services. It's a great opportunity. On the idea of having low and moderate income offtake, you have to have a credit-worthy offtaker to finance a project. It's just like a commercial real estate investment where you have to have an anchor tenant that you know will be there to buy the power for the long run. Unless there's a state program that provides a credit backstop to the low and moderate offtake, unfortunately, that's not an opportunity to finance a project right now. On the agrivoltaic side, if there's additional policy support for utility scale projects in way of incentives that will enable these projects that are in purgatory to get built, and the obligation is to use agrivoltaics, I think you would see the utility scale industry rise to the occasion, provided that the economics pencil.
That's helpful. And then, Mr. Chair, just to echo Senator Hester's question earlier, this bill is only one piece, and you've highlighted the very long time that you wait in a queue or working with local governments to figure out setting and permitting. I guess my question is in the form of a question: are you committed to working over the interim to help address some of those challenges, again, in a balanced way that achieves your goals, the state's goals, local government's goals all together?
Yeah, but I want to say that. Sure. It's a good question, Senator. And I think that, you know, that issue, and we'll have thoughtful testimony on that legislation as well. That's actually compounding our concerns, because many of the things in that process add risk and cost to projects. They may be worthwhile, and I think there are aspects of that bill that is worthwhile, but it's, you know, when these additional, a thing that often happens, I find, I work across many states on solar issues, is that because solar is a green energy source, we're held to a higher standard. That may be, I think to some extent, you know, we should be held to a higher standard. However, those standards have costs associated with them. And so, you know, we're constantly in this balancing act of, can we do the things that everybody agrees is good, conserving farmland, you know, co-benefits, et cetera. But there are costs associated with that. And, you know, something I feel like has been missing maybe from that discussion is, you know, how do those benefits primarily to aid rural areas, how does that impact lower income ratepayers? Because those costs have to come from somewhere. And so putting cost onto generally the lower cost solar projects creates challenges. So that's something we're trying to figure out. And the, you know, idea of a commission, you know, we're still trying to figure out where exactly we're going to land on that.
Okay. And if I could just take a stab at that as a practitioner, my colleague and the president of the company, Cyrus Tashikori, can't be here today, but we as a company have invested a tremendous amount to try and thread the needle on the right siting and permitting side of things. Over the last 8 years, we've been very, very active in the states. The first time we've had the chance to meet, but the short answer is absolutely, we'd love to work together.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have one final witness from our Public Service Commission, Mr. Sproul. Mrs. Sproul, you're in the queue there, and you've got 2 minutes, and you're going to close things out on this piece of legislation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Feldman and committee members. Once again, my name is Brett Sproul. I'm an advisor for the Maryland Public Service Commission, and I'm here today in reference and to provide informational comments on Senate Bill 783. Today, I will focus on two main concerns with this bill. Number one, the impact of establishing a renewable energy credit or SREC multiplier for specific solar projects. And number two, the impact of altering the construct for aggregate net metering systems. My first and main concern of this bill is on the proposed creation of the SREC multiplier. Traditionally, the SRECs that a solar system receives are equivalent to the generation that is produced, whereas a 1 megawatt-hour solar system will receive 1 SREC. However, the proposed SREC multiplier in this bill would allow certain solar projects to receive 1.5 or 2 times the amount of SRECs towards meeting Maryland's renewable portfolio standard. This leads to some compliance concerns for the Commission because it could effectively auto-inflate the amount of SRECs that solar projects receive. In other words, a solar project that traditionally receives 1 SREC based on the 1 megawatt hour of generation will now receive 1.5 or 2 SRECs for that same amount of generation. This could create a discrepancy between the actual amount of renewable generation being produced in the state and the amount that is accounted for through the SRECs. Furthermore, it is currently unknown if the PJM system that administers these SRECs will even be able to supply the extra SRECs needed for the multiplier. My second concern relates to the proposed increase in the size of aggregate net metering facilities from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts, and allowing these facilities to receive excess generation from more than one system. This change could allow more larger commercial facilities to participate in net metering, which may limit the participation of residential and small business customers. For the reasons stated above, the Commission is concerned with some of the implementation aspects, but we are happy to work with the sponsors and staff on this bill moving forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know some questions were raised earlier regarding the net metering aspects of this. So I'll yield my time and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Sproul from the Public Service Commission? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 783. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Kagan for the next bill, which will be 959.
Okay, the next bill is Senate Bill 959. Chair Feldman. On the sponsor panel, you may come forward. Thaddeus Cully, Jordan Graham, John Fiastro, and Robin Dutta. You can take your seats at the table.
And actually, Charles Washington, can we add him as well?
We can add Charles Washington.
Okay,
Our friend from BG.
colleagues, let me just start. We've obviously spent a lot of time. In fact, today we talked a fair amount about the energy transition, electrifying buildings, EVs, grid capacity, resiliency, and what Senate Bill 959 attempts to tackle is all these issues in 3 different, and I'm going to say revolutionary, innovative ways for our state. I think it's actually a very exciting moment, and I think this piece of legislation is exciting. Generally, when we bring what I would characterize as revolutionary bills, there's opposition, but you're going to see that there's nothing but favorables and favorables with amendment testimony on this one. And that said, this bill is technical. And so I'm going to let the panel do their thing after I describe sort of the basic contours of the bill to help explain it to each of the members of this committee. So when I say 3 component parts, let me start with number 1. So over the past many years, we've slowly moved towards large use of advanced smart meters at our homes, which provides much, much more granular measurement of a consumption of energy and transmits the information at super frequent intervals rather than just crudely looking at the monthly meter reads, looking at total energy consumption, and then assigning a rough estimate based on what regulators believe is owed to electric companies. That's how the current system is basically set up in terms of calculating what we pay on our monthly energy bills. But now we know a lot more about when folks use their power, and we're beginning to understand the varying costs of power during peak demand periods during the day and less expensive non-peak periods in the evening or overnight. Unfortunately, as I said, the rate setting process currently is a super inefficient way of pricing that. It doesn't really correlate when energy is being used and what the cost of that very energy really is. So if consumers had access to a variable price model product, one price in the day, another towards the evening, another overnight, so customers can respond behavioral wise in presetting when they run their major appliances, other electric loads, to when rates are cheaper. And that is considered called a discounted time of use rate. But here's the good news. We actually now can implement this new approach now with the metering infrastructure in place. And several states are beginning to do just that on a limited basis. We've got California, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut. About 20 states are now exploring this idea. PJM has looked at this topic, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, our own PSC, and some of our utilities already offering some form of time of use design on a pilot basis, on a limited basis. So a few years ago, the PSC actually initiated a proceeding which included a work group that developed an innovative pilot program to be run by BGE, PEPCO, and Delmarva to implement this discounted or time of use rate. And the pilot program started maybe 3-4 years ago, and it basically resulted in a comprehensive report on its progress. That resulted also in some progress reports and some other reports in 2023. The bottom line is that early data was very, very encouraging in terms of reducing consumption in both on-peak usage and reducing monthly utility bills. And so the statistics were, I think, dramatic in a lot of ways. And also it reflected that low moderate income customers responded to these time of use rates to the same extent as the non-LMI customers. And then PJM similarly has a large white paper on the topic, and we can all read that. So the first part of the bill basically, in effect, sets up a system whereby the time of use rate on an opt-in basis. Ultimately, if this really works the way it appears it will work, we're going to want to go to an opt-out basis, but I don't think we're quite there yet. So the bill as introduced, and we're still working on some amendments. Let me just float that. The bill's not 100% ready to present to the committee, but as introduced originally, the original draft was an opt-out program. This is opt-in. And so what is set up in the piece of legislation you'll see is by the end of, I think in the middle of July 2025, there'll be a proposal submitted to the Public Service Commission setting up an opt-in time of use discount design. That process will unfold, and I think by the end of 2027, there will be some approvals of those programs. I would also note that as part of this, there'll be some studying done to see how would we move and transition to an opt-out program full-time. That'll take a few years, and we're working on those timelines through the amendment process. The second more, I would say, interesting component of this innovative bill has to do with some innovation with electric vehicles. Obviously, we're spending a lot of time here with EVs and EV chargers, and a lot of folks, in fact, charge their cars, and most people charge their electric vehicles at home. And so you'll see in the legislation regulatory setup for this idea of bidirectional electric vehicle systems. And what that will allow is, let's say you're charging your EVs at home, you'll be able to use that energy as a backup for your home in the case of power outages, things of that nature. Similarly, when this is fully implemented, I think, and you're going to hear from the technical folks here, you'll be able to potentially sell your extra energy back to the grid. And in fact, I think in Texas, folks are making a couple $100 a month just by this bi-directional advancement. We actually have now 2 cars on the market, a Ford 150 and a Tesla model. We have somebody here from Tesla on the panel, which just rolled into the market maybe 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, that has bi-directional charging capacity. So that has the potential, again, to serve as battery backups for a consumer's home during power outages and ultimately providing electrons back to the grid. So when we talk about resiliency and all that, that we're making some big progress here in this bill, I think is the timing is really pretty exciting. And then finally, the topic of virtual power plants and energy storage systems in the home. Last year, we did have legislation, Sarah Augustine, about energy storage targets. So once you have the time of use market in place, it actually creates the possibility of markets, new markets, that in the home, you're generating electricity with new technologies. You can sell back to the grid. It can use power. It can also help us meet our energy storage targets. Now, this part of the bill is going to be a pilot, I think, as we're currently contemplating it. And for example, just by way of thinking about this, let's say you have some solar powers on your roof, and that feeds into a battery system in your basement. You will, under this proposal pilot, that can generate surplus energy that you can sell back to the grid, and it's taking less stress off of the grid. When we talk about grid resiliency, all these parts of this component, parts of this bill, ultimately are reducing stress off the grid, helps us with resiliency, and at the same time is reducing the cost of energy for the consumer. So you're bringing down your monthly rates, you're helping the grid, and you're doing a lot. So there's three component parts to the bill. I think, again, we're still working on some amendments, but I really would love for the panel to weigh in, Madam Vice Chair, because they can really probably put a little more meat on the bones than I just did. But that's the three basic components of this, and it's just taking advantage of technology to achieve, I think, some pretty important policy goals that this committee has been working on, continues to work on. So that said, I'll yield back to you, Madam Vice Chair, but let the panel weigh in, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Feldman, thank you for the bill and the explanation. Do you have a preferred order, or should we start with Mr. Washington and go down, or Mr.
How about we start with Mr. Cully at the end?
Okay.
I think that would be a good one. We can end with Mr. Washington.
Perfect. Mr. Cully, welcome to our committee. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. An honor to be here, honor to kick off this conversation. My name is Thad Cully. I am Director of Public Policy for Sunrun. We're the nation's largest provider of solar and storage services for residential households, with over 930,000 across the country and a significant presence in Maryland. Very excited about this bill. Sunrun has really been a pioneer in the process of aggregating customer resources. We're the first to do it in an organized market in the New England ISO. That was probably 7 years ago that started and had its first successful season, I think, last year. Also, one of the companies to do the largest aggregations of the home batteries, the situation, the setup that the chair was just discussing, where we could aggregate 8,600 of our customers and to provide basically a virtual power plant. Of course, virtual is misleading. These are physical assets that are actually doing the work and reducing the load. And over a 90-day period, these were dispatching for 2 hours straight, producing 27 megawatts worth of clean capacity, offsetting about a dirty peaker, you would imagine. This was in the Pacific Gas and Electric service territory in California. Another aspect of this bill that's really exciting to us is we have a partnership with the Ford Motor Company and their F-150 Lightning, which is really a very large battery on wheels and can provide the capacity of about 10 home batteries when it is plugged in. We have the home integration system that allows it to back up the home, but also has a capability coming soon in the future to provide direct support and inject power into the grid. What the Drive Act does is provide a means of compensating these efforts that homeowners can do with their devices, and it's going to help further afford expanding the types of devices that can do this. And this is not just solar and batteries, all controllable devices. And for that reason, we support urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Cully. Mr. Piastro, are you next? Nope. Okay.
Thanks to the committee. I'm here to speak in support of the Drive Act. My name's Jordan Graham, and I'm a senior energy policy advisor for Tesla. Tesla is a manufacturer of electric vehicles, but we also manufacture and install grid scale and residential battery energy storage systems. Today, we have nearly 3,700 of our Tesla Powerwall residential battery devices installed right here in Maryland. Unfortunately, unlike many other states, Maryland currently has no meaningful program to allow batteries to be aggregated and used for the benefit of the grid. This leaves much of the value of these resources entirely untapped. And that's why I'm here to support the Drive Act's direction to establish a program to pay owners of distributed battery systems for the services they provide to create a healthier and more cost-effective grid. The fact is that no state can afford to leave the value of these distributed batteries untapped. Data shows that electricity demand is growing sharply, driven by data centers, more industrial facilities, and the electrification of vehicles and home appliances. Recently, utility load growth forecasts jumped 81% compared to just 2 years ago. In January, PJM tripled its annual load growth forecast over the next decade. The point is that growth is happening faster than anticipated, and it threatens to stress the grid and could threaten the reliability of electricity service. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach to this challenge. That means ensuring that we're not just building new generation resources, but we're also efficiently using the energy resources already on the grid. The Drive Act helps put Maryland on a path toward that aim. The battery aggregation program that the Drive Act could create is not novel and it's not costly. Tesla is currently participating in similar programs in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, California, Puerto Rico, soon to be North Carolina, and numerous other states. These programs have proven to be cost-effective, save ratepayers millions of dollars, and already being credited with helping to avoid blackouts. The other policies in the Drive Act, including the time of use rates and simplifying the installation of bidirectional EV charging systems, also would help relieve grid stress. Therefore, Tesla offers its full support of SB 959. Thank you for allowing me to speak here.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Now, Mr. Fiastro.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Fiastro. I'm here to speak on behalf of my client, Arcadia. Many of you are familiar with Arcadia. Arcadia is the country's largest manager of community solar subscriptions. And in order to do that, Arcadia has created a very sophisticated software infrastructure. One of the things that Mr. Cully said was it allowed not just solar plus storage, or what Jordan said from Tesla, their storage products, but it allows any company that would have a demand response product to integrate with Arcadia software. So what's important here is that there is a framework that anybody could come, if they had sufficient devices within the marketplace, could go through a company, either Arcadia or like Arcadia, that could aggregate those resources and take full benefit of the tariff that's contemplated within the piece of legislation before you. So that exists. It's democratized in that sense and universal in terms of its access. Arcadia is very happy to support Senate Bill 959. And with that, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Dutta.
Thank you. Members of the committee, Robin Dutta for the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, or CHESA. We're very happy to be here in support of Senate Bill 959, the Drive Act. And what I'd like to focus on is that this is not a solution looking for a problem. This is a solution that can help solve the impending grid problem that we're going to see. When we have the building electrification, transportation electrification, when we have the adoption, even as everyone is using less energy, what we're all doing is using more electricity. And as we're doing that, and as we're charging electric vehicles, and as more and more of those vehicles are being bought and sold and used, we're starting to see a grid problem. And as you hear regulators and dare I say utilities, and I'm going to be in complete agreement with the kind of utility perspective, you cannot chase load. You have to be ready to serve the demand that consumers have. And the demand we're going to see is going to be increasing peak demand, increasing grid strain, and increasing overall use of electricity. And in order to best meet that, and especially in the most cost-effective way, what we need to do is essentially prevent this peak demand from happening, or at least minimize it as much as is possible. When we build and design the grid, we do so based on the maximum use that grid has. Because if everyone's using air conditioning on a hot July day, during a heat wave, which we're having more and more of, we have to make sure the grid can serve serve everyone in an affordable and reliable way. Otherwise, we're talking about blackouts, brownouts, et cetera. When we can deploy and all of these demand flexible resources, and we have policies that can enable all of these technologies, we can minimize, maybe even prevent a lot of these critical grid moments from happening. And so that's going to be a better electric service for everyone, a more affordable electric service for everyone, And then we have all the benefits of clean energy, resiliency, and reliability. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dutta. Wrapping up with Mr. Washington.
Good afternoon, Chair Kagan and members of the committee. Charles Washington here with BGE in support of Senate Bill 959. I really think you've heard it all already, and this is my second time before you here today with essentially the same message. If Maryland is going to achieve its decarbonization goals, now is the time for utilities to have the opportunity to pilot the tools we will need to manage peak on the grid. And in order to be able to serve our customers in the most cost-effective way possible, what we need to be able to do on the hottest days and the coldest days is to be able to reduce energy usage. And so we can do that with time of use rates, as my colleagues here on the panel have described. We could do that with battery storage. We could do that with demand response. And these types of cost-effective programs is what we'll need to be able to avoid unnecessary investments in the grid, overbuilding the system for just those 5 or 10 days where customers will need the most use of our system. And since, most of it's been covered, I'll just say me too to the rest.
Thank you all for your testimony. Questions from colleagues? Wow. Senator Feldman, Mr. Chair, you've either intimidated or fully answered all the questions, or else everyone's a little brain dead at the end of the day. Do we have opposition? Do we have anyone in the queue? Is Tim Troxel here? Yes, of course you are. I didn't see if you were still here. Okay, panelists, you are done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Now we'll
Madam Chair.
bring Mr. Troxel, and then Brett Sproul is on from the PSC, and we will take him next online. Mr. Troxel, nice to see you.
Nice to
You've
see
been here a bunch of hours,
And-
so
yeah, it's nice to
thank
see
you.
you.
All
I
right, you
appreciate it.
too. You may begin, and you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, Tim Troxel with First Energy. We are the electric provider in the western part of Maryland, and Potomac Edison is the electric distribution company that serves that part of the state. And unfortunately, the reason I wanted to just talk to the committee today is because we are the only utility that does not have advanced metering technology, or smart meters, as a lot of people refer to them. We don't have those in our territory. So this bill, while we're supportive of it, is going to create a lot of issues for us. Major investment that we will need to make for our customers to be able to utilize and take advantage of some of the things that the previous panel talked about. So I just wanted to let the committee know that we've talked with the bill sponsor on the House side. He is one of our customers, and he's obviously supportive of the bill. So we've been working with him to try to get some additional time, make sure that if we are going to install these, that we get cost recovery, obviously from the Public Service Commission, and be able to roll this program out. But it might take us a little longer time-wise than what's contemplated right now in the bill.
Thank you for your concise testimony. I see no questions from colleagues. Mr. Chair, you good? You heard the testimony? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Troxel. Good to see you. And we will shift now to Brett Sproul from the Public Service Commission virtually. Welcome again. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Sproul.
Great, and thank you again, Vice Chair Kagan and committee members. My name is Brett Sproul, an advisor for the Maryland Public Service Commission. And I'm here today to provide informational comments, and I will add that our comments are based on the original unamended or version of the bill without amendments considered. So I will focus on 3 main topics today. And number 1 is the transition of all customers to an opt-out time of use rate. Number 2 is the interconnection of bidirectional electric vehicles. And number 3 is the additional incentives provided for distributed energy resources. The first matter relates to requiring the Commission to approve utility transition plans to transition all customers to an opt-out time of use rate. The Commission has concerns related to the customer protections and how customers would react to transitioning them to this opt-out time of use rate. The transition could catch some customers by surprise and could prove harmful and costly if the customers do not wish to participate in the rate or are not properly informed on the rate. The Commission notes that it may be more appropriate to mandate a study on the impacts of transitioning all electric customers to this opt-out time of use rate instead of a legislatively mandated transition. My second point relates to the interconnection of bidirectional electric vehicles in the bill. An interconnection process for these types of electric vehicles currently does not exist, as this is still a developing technology. And because of this, a comprehensive feasibility study may be useful to conduct to further inform the interconnection process and ensure safe and reliable operations. Lastly, I would like to address the additional incentives provided for distributed energy resources. The Commission notes that allowing compensation to cover the cost of a distributed resource has certain implications on the cost savings attributable to the utility. However, linking compensation to a positive cost-benefit analysis could help safeguard ratepayers. And I know there are a couple of amendments out there, and we are happy to take any questions and continue to work with the sponsor on any amendments that are being drafted. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sproul. I'm going to take the prerogative to ask a quick question. This is a question I asked last session, and I'm going to ask you as well. When you say the commission believes or the commission is concerned about or blah, 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 has there been a vote among the commissioners? Is this an official position? Because I see that you and Mr. Hoover both signed up as informational only. So I'm just curious about whether this is formal or informational, or can you just advise us, clarify that?
And that should be that is my mistake. When I say the commission, there's not been a formal vote, but this is me speaking on behalf of an advisor for Chair Hoover.
So not to put too fine a point on it, but this is your personal opinion then?
This is my opinion as an advisor to the chair.
Which is respected and important, but it does not reflect the majority vote or the unanimous vote of the commissioners.
Yes, and
okay, thank you.
Mischaracterization. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Sproul. Mr. Chair, you have a question?
Just briefly, most of the points that concerns are actually moot. The amendments will make this opt-in, and as far as some opt-out down the road, the amendments will provide for some studies and analysis way down the road. So that was your first point. Similarly, I think with the technology. So I respect your points on the bill as introduced. I think most of them are moot at this point, but I'll just put that out there. So thank you.
See no other lights on from colleagues. So Mr. Sproul, I think you can probably be done for the day. And thank you for your time and for what you do. Back to the chairman.
Okay, we're going to do our fourth bill on energy policy. Senator Brooks, we're on Senate Bill 805, and we're going to call up a panel. We've got Rico Albacaris, Christine Zamad. I know you, Christine. I've traveled with you. Carol Lane, Alex Pavlak, Bill Temmink, Katie Oskin. Senator Brooks, if you stand at the podium, we have 6 witnesses signed up. We've got 6 chairs.
Exactly,
so
yes. Exactly.
And then I think that's pretty much it. So I think we called 6 people up, and 6 people are there. And then we have 1 virtual witness that's for information purpose only. So Senator Brooks, why don't you lead off on Senate Bill 805?
Thanks, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my great committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 805. That's the Nuclear Development Task Force. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. The purpose of this bill is to establish a task force to study and make recommendations regarding the nuclear power generation. To meet its ambitious renewable energy goals, Maryland must be bold. Our plan cannot be too little or too late for addressing the climate crisis at hand. Maryland is already experiencing rising seas, rising temperatures, and rising rates. After much investigation into nuclear power programs in other states and countries, I have seen the immense progress in nuclear technology over the past few decades. It has the potential to be a crucial source of power as we move away from gas and coal. At this point, wind and solar cannot entirely supplant electric power generated by fossil fuels, but nuclear power can be the missing link needed to make Maryland power grid carbon-free. Nuclear is a zero-emission clean energy source and an important part of the all of the above net zero energy strategy. It generates power through fission, which is the process of splitting uranium atoms and producing energy. This heat is released by fission, is used to create steam that spins a turbine to generate electricity without contributing to climate change. Currently, Maryland has one nuclear power plant, that's Cabot Cliffs, which generates about 40% of the state's total electrons. Maryland transition from coal-fired could come as soon as 2025. Talon Energy intends to close the state's largest remaining coal plant, known as Brandon Shores, by June of 2025. The closure of these plants leaves many energy markets looking for a more reliable energy source and makes many workers looking for jobs. According to the Department of Energy latest survey on domestic energy jobs, nuclear power creates tens of thousands of jobs across the country, fueling local economies with millions of dollars in the state and local tax revenues. From skilled trades such as welding, pipe fitting, and carpentry to roles in cybersecurity and policy analysts, a nuclear power plant requires a variety of jobs and skill sets to meet the big picture goals. The nuclear energy industry also offers pathways for workers to enter the pipeline through apprenticeships and labor partnerships. At the DOE report finds that the industry has the highest unionization rate across energy sources. In addition to a diversity of job types, according to the DOE, the nuclear power industry workforce is also more diverse than the overall energy workforce. Recognizing the concerns from environmental community, SB 804 allows us to engage in conversations to outline the positive attributes while also addressing the concerns about surrounding waste disposal. So that Maryland can safely integrate this important clean energy resource and innovate the workforce. For that reason, Mr. Chair, I request a favorable report.
Let's go down the, who wants to start? Alex, why don't you, Mr. Pavlock, why don't you take the mic and start off?
Okay, Mr. Chairman and the committee, thank you for allowing me to present an opinion here. I'd like to tell a story about two electric power grids, the province of Ontario, Canada, and the state of Maryland. In 2004, both power systems had roughly the same greenhouse gas emissions. Ontario, Canada chose an all of the above approach, wind, solar, and nuclear. Maryland chose to explicitly exclude nuclear from its RPS program. Ontario completed its grid transition in 2017, and for the past 6 years, they have been 95% carbon free. And they're working on the blocking and tackling side of this like Maryland is. Maryland's progress over the past 20 years is more difficult to pin down. We point to a 30% reduction in carbon emissions on the PJM system. But when I look at the numbers, it appears to me that the vast majority of that comes from cheap natural gas driving coal plants off of the PJM system. And it's a process that is continuing. The renewable portfolio standard is having its difficulties. We haven't built an in-state wind turbine in over 6 years. The solar program is behind schedule, and compliance payments are escalating. I see this. It's time for Maryland to look at alternative options, to include a nuclear power in the arsenal of things you can bring to bear. This bill is really a management tool, and I want to compliment the sponsors for bringing it forward. It's a management tool that enables you to look at your options. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the for the opportunity to talk today.
Okay. Go on, Christine.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman and committee members. I am Christine Chismadia, Senior Director for State Government Affairs at the Nuclear Energy Institute. NEI applauds Senator Brooks for sponsoring SB 805 and his vision for clean nuclear energy for Maryland. Last year was a historic year for nuclear and state policy, with 20 states passing legislation to support nuclear energy. Never before have we seen this much momentum for states to support recognition for clean nuclear technology. The types of policies being passed include, like Maryland, setting up task forces, working groups, commissions, and studying nuclear energy. Michigan, New Hampshire, Montana, Texas, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky, to name a few states. The second policy in states recognizing nuclear as clean generation source of by definition. Idaho, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Utah all define nuclear as clean, while Minnesota and Michigan both passed 100% clean energy standards that explicitly include nuclear and take credit for their nuclear assets in their states. Next, states are removing barriers like repealing nuclear moratoriums. 6 states have repealed their moratoriums since 2016. And finally, states are financially incentivizing nuclear, like Tennessee's $50 million nuclear program to boost up nuclear businesses in their state, and Virginia's $2 million nuclear innovation hub. We expect this momentum to continue because nuclear energy is a vital part of America's clean energy portfolio, and Maryland is no exception. The Calvert Cliffs nuclear plant generates nearly 39% of Maryland's electricity and an astounding 78% of the state's clean carbon-free electricity. The facility also currently provides over 800 in-state jobs and generates $22.8 million in in-state and local taxes to bolster the state's economy. Keeping the lights on will require dispatchable, always-on generating resources, and the necessity for nuclear is evidenced by Biden administration's recent announcement at the COP 2028 that to meet the nation's climate goals, the U.S. must triple its nuclear generation by 2050. NEI urges the committee to pass SB 805. Thank you.
Okay, let's just go down and get everybody.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Chairman Feldman and the committee for the opportunity to express our support for SB 805. My name is Katie Austin. I'm a resident of Silver Spring, a nuclear engineer, and a senior project manager with the new nuclear team at the Nuclear Energy Institute, or NEI. NEI is the nuclear energy industry's premier trade group, representing 345 members from all facets of industry, universities, research laboratories, and labor unions. NEI applauds the bill sponsor for introducing this bill and recognizing the opportunity to plan for Maryland's use of nuclear among our clean energy resources. I'm here today to share with you information about the next generation of nuclear. Currently, there are over 25 projects planned or considered in 16 states, with another half dozen in Canada. Additionally, there is global interest in deploying new nuclear energy, as evidenced most recently at the 28th Conference of the Parties, or COP 28, by the leaders of 24 countries signing on in agreement to triple nuclear energy worldwide by 2050. Next generation nuclear designs take the lessons learned and operating experience of today's fleet and incorporate that information to further enhance the safety and economics for deployment of reliable, clean energy in amounts suited to the needs of customers. Whether you need a lot of clean energy at a grid scale or smaller increments of addition or replacement, next generation nuclear offers right-sized energy generation in the form of electricity or high heat. This is particularly valuable as we look beyond electrification to decarbonizing the full energy economy. Finally, I'll note that next generation nuclear encompasses a variety of technologies, from light water cooled small modular reactors to non-water cooled designs, in 3 categories. 1, high temperature gas cooled, 2, liquid metal cooled, and 3, molten salt cooled. I would be happy to share more about these technologies at the committee's discretion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan.
I'm Carol Lane, Vice President of Government Affairs for X Energy, a homegrown Maryland company specializing in small modular advanced reactors, and I'm honored to voice our support for SB 805. In addition to our Rockville headquarters, in 2 weeks, we will be opening a new operating training facility in Frederick, Maryland, where we have a state-of-the-art simulator and virtual reality tools for training future operators of all our reactors. Well, today, almost 80% of Maryland's clean energy comes from nuclear power. Only about 54% of Marylanders recognize this. This underscores the need for the task force. Bringing together diverse representatives from the state ensures that community engagement, understanding of technical and economic impacts, and various incentives for deployment are all considered. This bill provides an enabling framework. Our first plant in Seadrift, Texas, is part of the U.S. Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program with Dow Chemical. It is designed to reduce cost, schedule, and regulatory risk, thereby aiding subsequent customers to consider advanced reactors for meeting their escalating power needs that are driven mainly by data centers, electric vehicles, and replacing retiring coal plants. As the committee moves forward with this legislation, we would like the task force to consider a couple of things. One is perhaps moving forward their initial recommendation from the end of 2025 to maybe mid-2025 for deployment of the reactors in the early 2030s, and to ensure the task force participants have access to comprehensive information on the advanced reactors, features, and opportunities for both electricity and process heat. SB 805 can be a catalyst for the deployment of advanced reactors in Maryland, providing clean, safe, and economically viable energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're up next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Bill Temick from Joppatown in Harford County. I'm basically a rogue environmentalist. I wrote this little headlines piece because I talk to environmentalists all the time and they always have the same objections and they're always wrong. So you can read them if you want, but basically in order to go forward, we need a coordinated committee of people who know what they're talking about, who've looked at all the reactor possibilities, looked at the fact that the only way you get a base load of good, clean energy, and we need that one with renewables, is with nuclear. I can stop.
Okay, why don't we go back to the other side? Alex, could you hand that? Okay, sir, you're going to be the last one on this panel.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Rico Albuquerque, and I'm here on behalf of IBW Local 24, the electrical workers in Baltimore. I'm pretty sure that everyone at this table is probably smarter than I am, and I'm quite sure that everyone on that side of the table is smarter than I am as well. I can tell you that the IBW in general is in favor of all of the above energy policy. But let's be honest, we're not building any more coal-fired powerhouses, especially in Maryland. That doesn't mean that we can't reach our energy goals by exploring all the options that we have. And we feel that nuclear has not been explored as much as it should be, and some of the concerns are a little bit overblown. All of these folks here can speak to those concerns much more eloquently than I can. Anytime there's a newer technology or an older technology looking to be expanded, we feel that labor should have a seat at the table. And I think this task force is a really important opportunity to convene all the stakeholders together and to have labor there to make sure that the interests of workers are taken into account as well. So for those reasons, we're in favor of SB 805, and I urge the committee to give a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Senator Brooks, for bringing this bill forward. It's been, we've talked a good bit about some of the technology and small modular reactors and whatnot, but our state has these very ambitious climate goals, and we spent a lot of time earlier today talking about solar, and our committee spends a lot of time talking about solar, and to a lesser extent wind. But that's why I appreciate you bringing this bill to kind of bring another piece in, because with those goals, I just like to know your thoughts. Is there any way we could meet these ambitious goals without nuclear and some other options? in your opinion or thought?
In my opinion, no, I think here again is going to have to be a part of all of the above scenario. If we were to look at capacity factor, and that's we're talking about how much time these particular sources are generating electrons. Well, nuclear is 92.5% of the time it's generating electrons. Geothermal, 74.3% of the time. Natural gas, 56.6% of the time. Hydro, 41.5%. Coal, and we're phasing that out, 40.2%. Wind, 35.4%. So, and of course, solar, 24.9% of the time. So it's going to have to take in all of the above to be able to achieve these goals that we have planned for, at least for carbon neutrality by 2045.
Okay. Okay. Any additional questions for the panel? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Chair Kagan.
Super quick. Rico, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. And this is never an IQ test. This is everyone is smart and we all have our lanes and we all do the best we can. And we learn from you and you learn from us. And that's part of how we hopefully make good policy. So thank you for being here. Don't talk yourself down.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay. Additional questions? Okay. Seeing none, our one virtual witness is not in the queue. So that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 805. Thanks, folks, for coming in. We just have two more bills and they each have only one witness. So almost there. We're going to start with Senator Washington. You want to go on up? We've got one witness, Tammy Brosnahan, ARP on Senate Bill 710. So Senator Washington, you can present the bill and then Ms. Brosnahan will
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bresnahan and AARP and I have been working on these water issues since my, I think, second term in office, and we're making good progress. For the record, Senator Mary Washington asking for your favorable report of Senate Bill 710, and that's to establish a water shutoff protections for vulnerable communities in our state. And although we do have, for the most part in Maryland, access to clean, affordable water, and that affordable water is essential to life, it's also recognized as a human right by the United Nations General Assembly in 2010. And in fact, the definition, what's interesting is that having access to water, potable water, regular access is so important and vital to human conditions that the UN and other entities believe that if you do not have access to water, you are essentially homeless. That is one of their definitions. So the problem is that water rates are really increasing, and they're increasing at 3 times the rate of inflation. I just want to say that the price of water is increasing at 3 times the rate of inflation, and it is predicted to rise. And therefore, of course, water shutoffs and tax liens are anticipated to become more frequent. And of course, as we know, it will continually and often affect those disproportionately able to provide. And those would, of course, be our low income communities, our seniors, and communities of color. So in 2018, the Center for Water Security and Cooperation, they released a report in Maryland, and they reported on Maryland's laws and our policies regarding water billing. So again, I do come to you at times with these technical bills, but some of just the way we do things is really, really key, and making sure that we can make our structures as clean and supportive as possible. But over 80% of Maryland's municipalities allow shutoffs, while only 28% of those offer a low income rate assistance program. And one such program, the Low Income Household Water Program, is administered by our Department of Human Services. And, in part because of COVID and some other attempts to recognize that people are having a difficult time, that program is set to expire well, tomorrow. It's going to sunset this year, starting tomorrow. So individuals across the state of Maryland who had some way of repayment plans will no longer have them. And although placing houses up for sale to tax liens for unpaid water bills was banned by legislation we were able to pass in 2018, but that was just for Baltimore City. But in 87% of other municipalities, Maryland residents really could lose their homes for not paying water bills, being able to pay water bills. And for some residents, they, unfortunately, due to the way some of the billing operates and works, only 53% of these municipalities actually require some notification. Now, some utilities argue that the ability to shut off water is necessary for ensuring bill payment, and that the result is punitive for households willing to pay. So they will attempt to posit those of us who are able to pay our bills against those who are not able to pay their bills. Fees to shut off and turn back on water can significantly add a burden to already. So in other words, you shut off the water and then there's fees attached to it. So when people try to get the water turned back on, there are all these fees. And then also some residents have tax liens that are due on their homes for unpaid water. Now, we do have a water system that does not use tax liens, and that is our Washington Water and Sanitary, and they report a 97% payment. And they don't have tax liens. So given the increased cost of water, Marylanders will be plunged further into financial distress, homelessness, and health crisis. So this bill seeks to protect Marylanders by just prohibiting water shutoffs and the sale of their property due to a water bill non-payment. The water utility may not, and we've restricted it to the most vulnerable people, to those with serious medical conditions, physical condition, cognitive conditions, if they are senior citizens and if they have children. Also, a water utility may not shut off the service solely because the customer has not paid the service if they receive their service at a separate meter. So one of the challenges is that water bills are associated with a home. So if you're a renter and your landlord or the property owner hasn't paid the water bill, you may be paying it as part of your rent, but that bill may or may not be being paid to the water service and your water could be cut off. I've had constituents call us about that. And then it also would say that the county or the county tax collector may not sell your home solely to enforce a lien for water. So if the only lien you have is water, you can't sell it. So you can't pile on, not pay all your bills, but for this. And it also repeals an authorization for a sanitary commission to, after 30 days of non-payment, disconnect water service. So Pennsylvania has passed similar laws. Massachusetts, California did it long ago. And this bill just takes a small but important step towards protecting our most vulnerable person. And again, as you might imagine, have lots of people coming to testify, but we're just having AARP, and they represent a large coalition of people that have been working on this issue for a number of years. So thank you, colleagues, and I would like to have Tammy Bresnahan from AARP talk.
Ms. Bresnahan, you're up.
Good afternoon, and I will be quick. Mr. Chair and members of the EEE Committee, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Tammy Bresnahan with AARP, and Senator Washington is correct. We have worked on this issue, and mainly because not only is water an issue, but sometimes the billing systems can be an issue. Like in Baltimore City, they were turning people's water off when the billing system was incorrect, or they were overbilling them for thousands of gallons when they live in a one bathroom house. So we like to caution municipalities about turning water off. In addition, we encourage policymakers to create assistance programs to ensure that all households with low incomes can afford adequate water and sewer service. This program should be fully funded. Customers should automatically be enrolled when their water assistance becomes necessary. We encourage policymakers to prohibit utilities from disconnecting or refusing to reconnect water services to households with low incomes when weather conditions or public health emergency threaten health or safety, and provide financial assistance for plumbing repairs. And that hasn't just happened in Baltimore City. People have had problems with their billing systems from here, from Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore, and they contact us for advocacy efforts. So we try to write letters to the municipalities. So we think that Senator Washington is making a good first step to make sure that the water stays on in people's homes, especially for those who need it. Thank you. And we ask you for a favorable report, and thank Senator Washington for Senate Bill 710.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Washington or Ms. Bresnahan? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on 710, which brings us to our final bill and our final witness.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 757, and the lone witness is Senator Carrozza. And so it's all yours, Senator Carrozza, Senate Bill 757.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow colleagues on the esteemed EEE Committee. For the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Maryland's coast, Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I want to thank the chair and the vice chair and my colleagues to allow me to present Senate Bill 757. I also want to thank my committee members, Senators Hester, Brooks, and Gallion, for co-sponsoring this legislation. And what this legislation does, and it does reflect the feedback of the Maryland Department of Information Technology, the bill has been amended, which what it would do is it would establish a comprehensive technology advisory list similar to the U.S. State Department's travel advisories. And this list would encompass applications and hardware solutions that pose a threat to Maryland's IT structure. The Maryland Department of Budget Management would work collaboratively with the Department of Information Technology, known as DO-IT. And the list, they would work collaboratively to publish clear guidelines for units of state government to remove and prevent access to the software on this list. So by taking the broader approach, this would allow for more flexibility with this list and would allow Maryland to adopt to emerging threats to ensure the security of our state. I am not an IT and information technology expert. I really respect the work that our colleague, Senator Hester, in her leadership role with cybersecurity and other members. Also, we heard from other members who have presented this. My concern here is that I do believe that we need legislation and not just an executive order to safeguard the state's information technology systems. Cybersecurity threats do pose a constant and ever-evolving challenge, and I believe it's part of our responsibility to protect the sensitive data of Marylanders and to ensure their safety and privacy is respected. I am presenting this to the committee because I am well aware of the expertise of others on this committee, but I do think we need to hit it head on this session, and I do think it requires legislation. So I would ask for a favorable report on SB 757 as amended with the list approach, and ask for a favorable report.
Okay, any questions for Senator Carrozza on Senate Bill 757? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes bill hearing on 757, concludes our bill hearings for today. Colleagues, this is what I'm going to propose. So we're at 5:20. You can come back here. I want to make this, simplify our tomorrow afternoon. If we can just knock out some work, so if we come back here maybe 10 minutes, let's just spend some time knocking out a few low-hanging fruit bills and withdrawals. And then I do want to set the stage for a piece of legislation from Sarah Augustine to just get on the table. We're not going to vote on the bill, but I'd like us to understand what's in SB 1 to be specific. So let's just do both of those. Let's knock out some bills. We'll let Senator Augustine and staff explain SB1. We can get some issues on the table. And then tomorrow afternoon, they'll just simplify things for us tomorrow afternoon when we got, bills. We got the governor coming in at 9. So let's just do that. So if you can come back here in 10, I think it'll just simplify our Friday afternoon a bit here. So,
Real 10.
what do you mean?
10?
Yeah, real 10, not fake Senate 10. Let's come back here in 10 minutes, okay? Well, we are probably going to vote, yes, so we're going to try to vote some here, but tomorrow afternoon, we've got bills and we're going to try to finish them up and take some votes